watching the Old Zealand, a minesweeper champion, the Dragon of Portugal, Vice Captain America, the world's fourth greatest forehead, and a geography semi-finalist at the World Championships, Zealand! Who said praise the forehead? Excuse me, sir. Praise the Praise the forehead. Yeah. We have Champions League today with Florensdorfer AC in season number 4. That is, that's a bit ahead of schedule. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Praise the forehead. Challenge. Okay. You may have seen we are one of the 9 competitors for the Streamer Showdown. That means that tomorrow will be Streamer Showdown. That means that Saturday and Sunday will be Streamer Showdown. And yeah, just it'll be a lot of streams this week. Gonna be a lot of streams this week. We kind of owe that, right?
I name our baby Puck, if you are all right with that, my dear Zed.
What are we naming it? We're naming him. We're naming the baby Pooch after the Poochiger. If you're all right with that, I'm okay with that, Forrester. Thank you for the 9 months, Mike ABC. Thank you so much for the 24 months, Big Petey. Thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome to the Hammer Show with the 5 gifted subs. Stevie G, thank you so much for joining the Twitch stream, dude. I appreciate you. Why is your forehead large? Knowledge. Can you show the transfers from last stream? I left early. Don't worry, there's not a lot to tell. We don't have a lot of money. Lucky, welcome to the stream for the first time.
Can't believe it's over a year now.
I don't want to call us a poverty club, but we're basically Tottenham. You know, Simon, that means a lot. I appreciate you being around the channel for a long time. And you know what? We're going to keep going. Ponji, thank you so much for the 13 months. It is over a year. It's Baker's dozen. That's unbelievable.
Of fun with the forehead of all foreheads.
Any other accents you can do other than an English one? Well, I mean, I can do my actual natural accent, the one that I cover up for the streams. You know. Patty Grazioli, thank you so much for the 5 months. You have no idea what that is, though.
Wow, it's been 6 months, Z in a shaka.
That's silver bacon, Tony. You're cooking. Simon says you even got me into FM. Look, I'm just out here trying to spread the good word of Football Manager. I'm like, dude, history, man. St. Paul. Goodness. You know, I was struck down in the road by a beam of light. And that light was named Miles Jacobson. And I'm pretty sure he just threw a shoe at my head, but that's fine. And then it was like, you know, go out and spread the word of Football Manager. Hear ye. Something like that. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a great day. Why aren't you here live? Never mind. I didn't say that. It's okay. Welcome. I'm sorry. Do you have another accent when talking in real life? I do, yeah. I use an accent for my streams. Stream highlights catch up yet? Everything but the stream from yesterday. Which means you haven't missed a match, because yesterday was an off-season stream. So you actually haven't missed a match. So I wouldn't worry about that, you know. Oh, Paco, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Random fat guys, Quiet Load, King Devil, Ripley, and Suzel. Welcome to the Hammers. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, make sure you hit that subscribe button, YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. You know, because it's a live channel. You know, where's it going? Come back. What are you doing? Okay, thank you. What the?
Hi, YouTube.
Are you done? It's a little moody today. All right, we're playing Galatasaray in the Champions League. Second qualifying round. Okay. I think we're good. Wait. We're playing Galatasaray in the Champions League second qualifying round. We've got a cup match as well against Siegendorf, a team that is honored to be playing against us. Little transfer recap. You missed yesterday. We signed Nahuel Menegas, which must be said with enthusiasm because we needed another left back. And we signed 18-year-old Nicolas Lima from Uruguay. 18. He just turned 18. You know, just how we like him. And he plays left back. He plays right back. Right? He's a talented, athletic, intelligent individual who's got a very bright future. And it was $16,000 to get him to join the club early. So we brought him in. We are considering sales. Nick Venema is the one sale we've made so far. They hit the $1 million release clause and he's off the Malmo. I slept on it and I've decided that Akos Keskis for $2.5 million is an acceptable amount of money for a 28-year-old we signed for free last year. And you know what? That makes me mad. It makes me mad that all of a sudden 3 teams are willing to put an offer in. And so I'm going to say $3 million. And Lusk, you're going to give me $3 million. Okay? It makes me mad that there are 3 teams sitting right there. Come on. They all gave me 3. That's what that news article says, right? That's what the news article says. That's totally what the news article says. I'm not in denial. They all gave me $3 million. Because we want to sell Keskis, and then we play Galatasaray on the way. Well, yeah, I called it. Clip that and put it on the New Clips YouTube channel. I called it. Lask's the one that gave me 3. I have officially played this game too much. Now it's for 3.2. No, we're not pushing it. 3 million is good. Anonymous gifted sub to Simon. Welcome to the Hammers, dude. Start playing my Sunderland save while watching. That's the way to do it. Every time I'm watching Football Manager, I'm playing Football Manager. I'm going to tell you that much right now. What the finances looking like? Bad. What do they look like? Bad. They look bad. Nick, thanks for the 6 months. Congrats to the Silver Bacon. Pumpster, I appreciate the 5 months. Hello, YouTube. Jay Robbins, thanks for the tier 1. Welcome to the Hammers. Paco, thank you for the 5 gifteds again. Out here changing lives. FM is love. FM is life. FM's an addiction that you're okay with having. You know? You could always offer him out for more while accepting Loss's offer to see if someone else offers for more. I could. It's unlikely they will because, you know, we did just offer him out for $3 million and nobody else offered even $3 million. Shaw, thanks for the gifted sub to Handshakes. I appreciate it, my dude. Branas, you excited for the Streamer Showdown? Look forward to all your games running 5 minutes longer than every other game. You know, we just get gamesmanship. You know, it's playing, it's strategy outside of the game. You've got to drive your opponents up a freaking wall. They were also intimidated, right? It was a gladiator that said this. I can't remember exactly what his name was, but it started with an N. He said there is no fighter that is good enough to guarantee that they will win every fight. The only way you can win every fight is if your opponent already knows that they've lost. And that guy did win every fight. He got assassinated though by an emperor. So I don't know what like life lesson that's trying to teach us, but I always thought that was a pretty good quote. You know? You show the transfers real quick. We just did that a second ago. So if you want to watch like 5 minutes ago on the VOD, I promise it's right there. But it's not like huge news. We did just accept a $3 million offer for Akas Keskis, which is another good deal. He'll 100% reject that. No, it said he was interested. So I did check this time. I remembered to check. Streamer Showdown starts tomorrow with the draft, and then it's this weekend. Cyclonic Drop, thank you for the 8 months. How do you get that layout when looking at players? The Zealand skin. Dun, 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 dun. I have brought FM Enhanced into my employ and given him the financials and the resources to do his amazing work in designing a skin. And this is what the page looks like. He got assassinated for standing on circles. He's no Archimedes, you know? And neither are any of us. None of us are Archimedes, okay? None of us. Alberto Solano, thank you so much for raiding in. Hope you had a good stream. How's the draft work? Well, look, there's a Twitter account for this, you know? So I'm just gonna, I was looking through my DMs. I am just going to go to that Twitter account, FM Streamer Showdown, and you can check it out. But the draft is unlimited budget, Premier League players, 18-player squads. So it's actually probably one of the most normal sets of rules for a Streamer Showdown, the Football Manager Championship. And let's look at Zealand. How did Zealand do on his turn? You know, we had like the whole announcement footage. How's Zealand doing? Look at this. Yeah. Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Stick it. Oh, yeah. Oh. Give me that again. Oh. Again. Stick it. Eye contact. One blink to let them know it's live. Stare deep into their soul. Woo. Sheesh.
11 months now, dwarfing dragons of Austria and Portugal. Cheers to the good times, brother.
Cheers, Pauser. Thank you for being a part of the Hammers, dude. Thanks for the 11 months. Oh, like a Monday Night Football player intro. Honestly, yeah. My lifelong dream has been realized. That sort of stuff is fun to do. What I want you to think about, like, okay, so the Streamer Showdown's a whole TV production, but I am obviously, we got our head of youth development. Yes, he is God. He is love. He is life. Like everything else we've talked about today, he is a perfectionist with 19 judging player potential, 20 working with youngsters, and a decent holy trinity. The discipline nerfs it a little bit, but he's great overall. Sebastian Bait. His name is a bit annoying, but we can look past that. My Nicolas Lima. Delighted we're able to get it done cheaply. I'm not afraid to spend money. If the right deal comes along, you can expect larger transfer fees. We be changing your... always tweak a few things to get players into the squad, you know? Generation gap? Dude, we have so many young players at this team. Kadir, it's like you're not even paying attention. Kadir, honestly, I feel like you see right through me.
A lumberjack went into the magic forest to cut down a tree. Upon arrival, he started to swing at the tree. When it shouted, "Wait, I am a talking tree," the lumberjack grinned and said, "And you will dialogue."
Bro! Real pain. That's not fake pain. That is real pain. From that dad joke from Mondaza. Thank you for the 11 months. How would you feel managing a real team? Honestly, a Sunday League team, I'd probably be pretty good. But if you asked me to manage an actual team, I mean, I don't know how to lead training. I don't have any credentials. I just tinker. You know? I like to think of a good guy to get along with. That'd probably help. Right? A minus. It's an A minus, Manda. Thank you for the 11. I'm looking forward to that gold bacon. It's an A minus. Still think Massimiliano Gatto is actually going to be good enough. We haven't seen your bottle throwing form. That's really what's going to be that's what's going to make or break it. What shirt are you wearing? A knockoff Icelandic jersey that's like, it was made specifically for the World Cup. I bought it when I went to Iceland for New Year's the year before they went to the World Cup. And they had these jerseys. It's like not an actual jersey, but it's like a memorial jersey with like the schedule for the World Cup without the scores in it on the sleeve. Much more importantly, very comfortable. So I'm just kind of wearing that right now. But it's not a kit where you go, oh yeah, there's a collector's item.
Next time you see someone doing a crossword, confuse them by telling them 7-Up is lemonade.
It's true though. It is. It's lemonade with fizz. Actually, what do you guys like more, 7-Up or Sprite? Is that even a debate outside of the United States? Does like England just have Sprite, or you know, Germany's just gonna have 7-Up for some reason, or they have neither, and there's some, you know, there's some soda called Wagendorfen, and that's like what it is. You know, they just repackage it.
When you had tickets for the Canada versus USA game, then COVID made it 50%, so now you lost your tickets and they're all sold out.
Oh, dude. That is unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that. COVID cut the USA-Canada game to 50% attendance. Philly Birdie, I am so sad. I am so sad. Oh, that's terrible news. Oh, the worst. Darn it. That's awful. The United States is going to play in front of a half-full stadium instead of a raucous Canadian crowd. Dang it. Shoot. Oh, that does suck though, Philly. For you in particular, that's unfortunate. Matt, thanks for the 3. Bagpuss dropped the 500 bits. Oh, you're gonna make me log into Stream Elements so I could read things. God, don't you know who I am? It's unbelievable. Right, the 7-Up is lemonade. I've started a huge debate. It looked like mostly people liked Sprite over 7-Up. I respect that. I actually think I lean 7-Up. I don't know. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. They're probably the same thing. Is Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit? It's a cookie. I've had this debate with Ben. You guys, like, if you're English in particular, you don't use the word cookie. All right? For whatever reason, it just doesn't make its way into the vocabulary. But a Jaffa cake is a cookie, and I put them in the freezer. And I don't want to hear anything from you guys about that, because they're great in the freezer. And growing up in Florida, you put everything in the freezer. Everything that's chocolate and everything that can melt, you put it in the freezer. I'm not used to eating chocolate that's not cold. I find 7-Up's a lot fizzier. See, I for one, am a big fan of destroying my stomach with carbonation. And so that is why I opt for that. This is the biggest cultural issue that Z has ever created. All right, I'm scared, guys, because it's registration time. Okay, come on down, senior team. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, we have to register these guys. Owen Vanderhorst, Pablo Rodriguez, Akos Keskis, who's negotiating a deal with Lask, is going to be left off. Custodio, Anderson, Anthony Schmidt. He is not homegrown. What the heck is the point? You're Austrian. Oh, what the Anthony. I wouldn't have given you the new... look. That's actually just a terrible play by me. I just gave him a new contract because I thought he was homegrown. Because he's Austrian and plays for an Austrian team. In what world is that guy not going to be a homegrown player? You know what I mean? Like, in what world is this guy not going to be homegrown? And then all of a sudden, not homegrown. Here we are. Oh, I have one homegrown player, so we've got there's plenty of room, you know? Venegas is in. Petrovic is not going to be in. Daniel Beer's got to be in. So 25, we've got 7, which means we add one more guy and we are already out here. So do we have a backup goalkeeper? Yeah, of course we do. His name is Radislav Dozanovic, and he is 3 silver star. Of course we do. We're in Europe a bit early. We don't quite have our first crop of homegrown players in Ian Ortiz and Paul Nolan and those guys and Caleb Spear and these guys that joined our team at 18 years old. Anthony. That Anthony that's killing me, man. It's killing me. What happened at the end of last season? We finished 2nd. How'd you censor it? What the are you talking about, dude? It's a program. It's like an auto censor. You know? Sometimes it just like goes off though. Like sometimes you'll just be talking about like fudge cakes and it'll just be like, yo, I'm just a big fan of that. And do you see what I mean? I was trying to set it off. Like what the and I said fudge. Sell Salazar? I can't. Nobody wants him. Who else is down here? Banegas is technically a French player. Nobody wants Freddie Salazar. It's like a sad story. He wouldn't react well to be transferred to it's terrible. God, he's under contract for 2 years. This is my nightmare. We've got to try and bully Salazar out of this team. You guys are right. He's in other players. Nobody likes him. We've got to try and bully Freddie Salazar out of the team. You seen the second Cape Verde red card? Wait, hold on. Oh, I forgot my tie. Hold on, here we go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zealand News. I'm your host, Zealand, on the Zealand News Network. Today, the Africa Cup of Nations continues its knockout stages. There are 4 teams in the knockouts quarterfinals already. 1 is the Gambia, 1 is Cameroon, 1's Burkina Faso, and 1 is Tunisia. Who will be joining those 4 teams? It's either Senegal or Cabo Verde, but Cape Verde has not one, but as somebody in the chat alluded to, 2 red cards against Senegal. And yet, rather insanely, rather remarkably, it is still scoreless. The first red card was in the 21st minute for Cape Verde. The second was the goalkeeper Virginia in the 57th minute. And that means that there are 2 red cards for Cape Verde. They're down to 9 players. Senegal has 11, and Senegal still has not scored in the 62nd minute, which is a running theme for those that have not been following the tournament. Senegal won their group with 5 points, and yet they scored just 1 goal in the group stage and seem to be constitutionally incapable of scoring again. They have also not conceded a goal the entire tournament. They scored 1 goal in the group stage, conceded none, won 1 match, drew 2 at 0-0 apiece, won their group, and are now in the knockout stages playing 9 men, and it looks as though they have finally scored. As I'm talking here on Zealand News, we've gotten a notification that a goal is awaiting approval for the Senegalese national team to finally take the lead against the Cape Verde Islands off the west coast of Africa. And just waiting for it to come through now. We got the notification that a goal could be coming. Senegal trying to score just its 2nd goal of the entire tournament to get itself into the quarterfinals. The goal has officially been given on the application itself. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant and scintillating stuff for Senegal. Unbelievable. They've scored a goal against 9 men from Cape Verde and they have the lead. There has been a red card, at least 1 red card in every single knockout stage match. We are in the 5th knockout stage match of this tournament, there has been at least one red card, and in multiple matches, multiple red cards. Guinea, Gambia, each team got one, and Cape Verde has picked up two. And of course, Comoros was also playing a left back in goal, but that's neither here nor there. Senegal leads Cape Verde 1-0. The match later today is Morocco, Malawi. We will be back on Zealand News to keep you guys up to date on what the heck is going on. I'm Zealand, the Zealand News Network, covering the insanity of the Africa Cup of Nations, my favorite international tournament. Back to more regularly scheduled Zealand. We're good. We're good. All right, let's make Freddie mad. Let's make Freddie Salazar mad. Right now, I'm going to register him, though.
Dating service in Prague.
Like right now, I'm going to register him.
Checkmate.
See, I take offense to calling AFCON a 10-pod competition. It is a very important, very serious competition for the people playing in it, like, obviously. But at the same time, I'm actually not going to register Freddie Salazar because I just realized that Avi Vasquez needs to be registered. So we are definitely not registering Freddie Salazar, and we're just going to make him mad, and we're going to make him leave. And we're going to make him cry. Oh, I have a match practice. We shouldn't do that. Nope. No Vidic. I mean, we just don't have the registration room. Once these guys start getting... They're not even listed as U21s the moment. I am shocked that Freddie Salazar hasn't even come to me to be like, yo, what the frick is up? Asking prices. Would be happy with that asking price. 900,000. I so doubt that. You're going to come to me and be like, excuse me. You think I'm worth what? They've turned down Keskes, which means he is negotiating with Lask on a $3 million deal. Wants to talk about his asking price. Yeah, let's negotiate that asking price. What are you thinking? 475,000? I think that's stupid. Why are you so offended? We're here to negotiate your asking price. Ah, you went up 25,000. You are a credit to idiots everywhere. Freddie, come here. 500,000. Anybody interested? He's on the transfer list. Somebody, we didn't move the match practice. Don't let Freddie Salazar ruin you more than he already has. Don't let him ruin you more than he already has. Get that match practice out of there. Cedric Gondo, see you later. That's a massive contract that he's just signed with Genoa. Okay, training. Yeah, we just need our match review, match preview, and a tasty little road trip to Galatasaray to get things started. Why do we hate Salazar? He averaged a 6.45 last season in his first year at the club.
Zealand, Mr. Shannon, Senor Shannon, Zealand, hi, hey.
Corn Flakes, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Honored. Ragsy, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back to the Hammers. Devuvad, thanks to the 200 bits. The problem with AFCON is that it's held every 2 years, which makes it less special. I just disagree with that like sentiment. I disagree with that sentiment. Oh, dang. Galatasaray could be a difficult game. Yeah. Wasn't exactly the draw we wanted for the first, or the best placed second round playoff, whatever they decide to call it now. Wasn't exactly the draw that we wanted, but we're here. We might as well try, you know. The Venezia midfielder. Unsurprising he does not want to come mess around and play for us. Unsurprising. Swakas Keskis on his way out. Joseph Croston, great work in the training ground. Magician, thank you so much for the 4 months. How do you feel about Hazard going back to Chelsea? Yeah, Chelsea could use some more wingers. Why not? They should hold the World Cup every 8 years to make it twice as special. I think it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, like AFCON is so insanely important to the nations involved and so entertaining to watch on the outside. I think the same about the Asian Cup, right? Copa America, even though they hold it like whenever they want to, it just becomes like the most important thing in the world in that part of the world. I mean, it's very, you know, I really try and beat back against the Eurocentric view of the importance of these sorts of tournaments. I think Sebastian Allaire said it best. It's like, dude, you wouldn't be asking me this question if I was like leaving to go play in the Euros. So why are you asking me if I'm going to go play in this tournament? You know, he's like, because I'm going to go play. Nobody interested. Unspecified, perhaps. No, that's not what I meant to do. God, Sealand. Unspecified offer out. There's simply nobody interested. Salazar, I need you to find a new club. Need you to find a new club. I'm giving you every advance warning here that you're not going to play this season. I need you to find a new club. Oh, it's going to be fun. We have, like, no depth. Dembele a good signing for Chelsea? No, look. Chelsea needed a center forward that wanted to be there. And they thought they got that, but it turned out that they didn't. Right? And that's still what Chelsea needs because they didn't get it. They need a center forward that wants to be there and isn't dreaming of Inter Milan. They have 85 wingers. Right? And they don't need another winger to make selection even more confusing because I feel like Tuchel's already just rotating like 6 guys on the outside. You're a true football nerd. Now, I think HITC Sport called me a football hipster. But, you know. No one wants to be at Chelsea. People always say that stuff. It's like... Well, Lukaku wanted to be at Chelsea a couple of months ago. That's BS. Lukaku just needs to get the balls that he's good at. What is BS about him going on TV and being like, yeah, I kind of want to leave. You know, don't really like the system. Kind of want to leave. Not really feeling it. You know, whatever. He did that to himself. I didn't tell him to say that. You know. He did that on his own accord. He sat down and was like, this is what we're going to talk about today. Okay. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. That man needs to hire an entirely new PR firm to manage his public image because whatever PR firm was like, yeah, look, Romelu, oh, great job. That was just so dumb. Even if that's exactly what you think, don't say it. You're going to make everybody's life so much worse if you say it. Including yours. It's unprofessional. I don't blame him. Look, I don't blame him for the thought process. I blame him for the packaging. I think the packaging was awful. He never said that. You're misconstruing what he said. If you watch that interview, it's much more painful than what I said. I was paraphrasing. If you want me to preserve my journalistic integrity, which I respect.
Time for a Ponk check. Get up and stretch, take your medications, hydrate, and declare your allegiance to Ponk. You love Ponk and Ponk loves you.
I love
If you believe
Ponk!
in Ponk, good things will happen. Ponk, 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 Ponk. Let's go Dorfers.
Explain the Lukaku situation in FM. You sign a guy, he starts producing a few results, you tell him he needs to pick up his performance, and he tells you to f off. That's basically what happened. Yo, Burkalele, thank you so much for the 6 months. Am I in the Streamer Showdown? Absolutely. I'll offer Freddie Salazar in a swap deal for Punk. Dude, that'd be sweet. Nobody wants Freddie, though. Freddie's a lost child. Hey, Vince Brody's B-Day is coming up on the 26th. We might be able to snap up Vince Brody. Add another midfielder to the mix. Serpa's been working on deals like nonstop. All right, vibe check. All right, part 2. What is... Oh, my roommate's making a smoothie. That checks out. Sturmgratz is still interested. How is nobody interested in you, Freddie? Freddie! Freddie, leave, man. Nobody's interested in him because he showed up and played terribly. But why would a second division team not be like, you know what, Freddie? You know what, Freddie? Why don't you bring it in? You made Stacy your roommate? Yeah. That's how we overcame the internet problems. Friendship. Augustine Baldy was great for me. He is on trial. Much did we buy Freddie for? He was free. Don't worry, I wouldn't have spent money on that. We build our team largely from free signings, guys whose contracts come to an end. And we go, fascinating. This guy's surprisingly weak. Elhan Castrati. Dixon Renteria is he's just the people have been on this Dixon Renteria hype train for a while. There's Amine Sahel. Need a lot more scouting work done on him before we know what the heck's going on. Gaston's under contract till 2028. Interesting. All right, cup match. We just need to put a team on the field. That is all we need to do. Put a team on the field. And I'm going to get rid of the unavailable players, and we are going to find a team. We're going to put them on the field. Akas Keskes and Daniel Beer, not the starting pair that's going to be on the field in the all-important next match. I'm going to play Lucas Peer next to Dietz. I'm going to play Leai at the right wing position. I'm going to bump him forward. Benegas is going to play fullback. Love that for you, Ilya Shishkin. Take Asensio off. I'm going to play Ilya Shishkin here. Because we really need to play like the worst team we can put on the field here. We have a match in 3 days that is kind of important. I'm gonna put Nicholas Lima in. Get him his first match. Akas Keskes gets his goodbye. Croston's playing goalkeeper. Lay eyes wide, and then we just have to put in like Nolan and God's Power. No offense to God's Power, you know, but we just need a little bit of a rotation. All right, let's pick out our bench. Apparently, we only got 5 bench spots, so I'm gonna go Hintharseer and Asensio. We need a defensive sub. It's gonna be Rocky Bushiri, Olivier Custodio, and then the fabulous Caleb Spear. Oh, I didn't actually put Dietz in the team. My bad. Who's Lima? We just signed him. 18-year-old from Uruguay, turned 18 a month ago. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to put Dietz in. So it's Dietz, Shishkin, Pier, Leai, Nolan, God's Power, Benegas, Beer, Keskis, Lima, Croston. Keskis is doing a deal to leave, which is why we're putting him out there now. We're going to bring in Ian Ortiz as a potential substitute option as well. Or no, Vidic. Give me Igor, Vidic, and Luka Petrovic as substitute options. And we actually have a big enough team to kind of rotate once. But this is a little terrifying. Like, the team that we're putting on the field is so not great. Certainly a bit of an unknown quantity here. Okay, Leai to the back post. And who are we going to put on the front post? But Nicholas Lima. Fair enough. Lima front post, Leai back post. Take the striker off for Nolan. Daniel Beer has 9 jumping reach. Oh, sad times. The annoying thing is that this very well might make the difference. Because we're playing such a watered down team. Let's see how the young boys do. Pablo Rodriguez gets 9. Nicholas Lima gets 24. Pablo is coming off the bench, though. Dietz is in the starting lineup as we give our young players a chance. Relax and play your natural game. We've got some debuts, some guys that aren't used to playing in the first team. Let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do. Here we go. Freddie isn't even good enough for this level. I mean, he is. Wouldn't have signed him if he wasn't. It just didn't get off to the right start mentally, and we gave him a contract where he needed to be able to get off to the right start. So it's a shame. Yeah, Dietz! Way to get in there, bud. Way to play with determination and commitment. Did I ever get a senior affiliate? No, we asked once. We couldn't find anybody. Okay. Is this the shop window 11 now? Mostly youth. Mostly talent and youth. For Akas Keskis, there's nothing that he could do in a match against basically an amateur side that would make him worth more than $3 million. Ooh, Shishkin. Ilya. Oh, nice. Raphael. Giving Dietz a chance. God's Power. There's got to be something here. He just missed the near post by a little bit. You think Aronson's ready for the Premier League? Yeah. He's played a ton for the U.S. recently. He's been lighting it up when he's played. Like, he's been lighting it up for Salzburg. I mean, this is the time for Brendan Aronson to get up to the next level. He's been getting linked with Leeds for like a week and a half, and I've been getting so many tweets like, hey, you heard of Brendan Aronson? I'm like, the dude starts for the U.S. all the time. If you watch his Salzburg stuff, I mean, he's a similar player to Pulisic in a lot of ways. Hard running, ball carrying, bit slight, not in the injury sense, but just in the physical sense. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
It's all a dream. Didn't happen because it's all a dream, man. It's all a dream.
Didn't happen. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, that checks out. One, Lucas Peer. has 16 finishing.
You know you can make notes to players directly, then you don't need to look them up again, as the note is linked to the button you say is not working, only removes players from the default shortlist, not created ones.
Yeah, we'd been, somebody else said that in the chat, but I appreciate you throwing it, iPro. The notes thing, somebody brought that up last time, but I don't really mind looking them up again. Gotta look them up the first time. Why would I do that now when I could put it off for later? But it is neat. I gotta figure out how to do it. Should be easy. Just go to the player profile. I'm sure it's right there. I just haven't ever looked for it before. But thank you, iPro. Shishgun! Dang it. And I mean, it was harder for him to hit the goalkeeper than miss. Seriously. Like Lucas Pier on that finish, it was harder for him to hit the goalkeeper than miss. Leai had done some great work there. And he just won a header. Rafael Leai is doing it all. He's 5'3", winning headers. Man is dedicated to the craft. Oh, God's power. We need a little elevation. Thank you, Benegas. All right, Leai, that's not it. Shishkin. And some shot like that's going to go in and you're going to, yeah, you know. He fumbled the ball. How did we? And then, but then, like, you don't want to overlook the fact that Dietz was at the back post with the net just open and he just didn't shoot it. Oh, that's nice. Problem is, Nolan doesn't exactly have the acceleration to make something of this. All right, Pier, nice. So his poor team, that was really good defense from Nolan. That's exactly what he does. Just vacuums up the ball wherever it happens to be. Wins possession back for the lads. Delivers a... Oh, are we really doing this injury thing? Shishkin, like, barely gets to play. Now he's going to go out there and pick up a knock. Oh, Nolan, you got to turn. You got to move the ball side to side there. A left back. I know Benegas doesn't speak German yet, but still. Dietz on the 6.3. That's nice. Appreciate that from Dietz. I mean, I know we're defending like actual farmers, but our defense is doing pretty well. You ever heard of Caden Clark? Yeah, I've been hyping him up for years.
Graphics after your recommendation. Good videos so far, although boy, some of them are tough. Also, if you like old weird engineering stuff, check out Mustard on YouTube. Keep up the great work.
What do you mean some of them are tough, Tender Steak? Like tough information? Because some of them are like, ugh, you know, I didn't need to know that. Thank you for the 10 months. That's a better ball. That's a better corner delivery there, Raphael. You get the feeling that it's a matter of time, but we still haven't scored yet. Oh, get in. Is it a save? I think. At least Pierre's trying. I haven't seen David Dietz do anything since he started the game. The extra time looming. Great. Why is it organized that way? Shishkin for not Pierre for Dietz. I want Lucas Pierre to stay in, and I want Igor Vidic to check in as the winger for David Dietz. And then Shishkin is there. Oh, we switched those. Shishkin's dropping. It's deep lying forward. Shishkin's actually kind of tall, but I don't think he has the full skill set to play as a target guy. Oh, good. That was cute. Give me Pablo Rodriguez for the last 20 minutes. One first team player to show him how it's done. Don't hate the idea there. Not exactly going to outrun Igor Vidic. It's the one guy on a yellow. That is the one guy on a yellow card right there. One guy on a yellow card. Nick Lima. He's been in Austria for 5 days. Gets himself sent off in the cup match. And after completely bossing, now we're down a man. That's why you should probably take advantage of the 85 chances we've had. Got to take Pierre off, bring in Caleb Spear to play right back. I'm kind of like super opposed to that, though. It's not like we're going to obliterate them with our passing to open them up now. This was his debut. Yes, he got sent off on his debut. That is a correct assessment. And that forced us into using our third sub, so really looking forward to extra time here so that we can exhaust our players further. Pablo Rodriguez and Caleb Spear, who will be starting against Galatasaray in 3 days. Yes, we'd love to play an extra 30 minutes against an amateur team. Absolutely. All right, Raphael. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. It's good work by Raphael AI. Just used his dribbling to get all the way into the back of the net. The Salomonesi. Solomon Islands great. Raphael Leai. No debate. He is the great. Look at Caleb. Look at Caleb. Aw, Caleb trying to play offense. It's so cute. Oh, Benegas, that's a sick ball. Could use that goal a little earlier, man. There you go. Play off Rodriguez into Vidic. Like, there's no way this guy's gonna be able to outrun our center backs, right? Okay, thank goodness. have any way to get him off the field. Yeah. Move AI up. Move God's Power Tower over. And bring Olivier Custodio in. For Pablo Rodriguez. Attaboy. Attaboy, Lai. Good header. This Pablo Rodriguez was not like 100% fit for this match. He's coming back from a little tweak he picked up to his groin in the training stuff. So we absolutely want him to be fit for Galatasaray. No questions. Caleb Spear can give me a solid 30, 35 minutes. And, yeah, shoot, he's a 19-year-old center back. The guy will be ready. Great team goal. Yes. That's what I'm friggin' talking about, man. Great work. God's Power Tower. Wheeling it in. Wheeling it into the back of the net. Easy money, though. Easy money. Ooh, Vidic. Vidic. Igor. Oh, at least we won an extra time. You know, at least we didn't lose to an amateur team. So, oh, beer. Little flatter, and that would have been a sick ball. Oh, Vidic!
Rams, 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 Rams.
Correct. Jabaru, thank you so much for the gifted sub to my peso. Igor Vidic able to get himself a goal to get his season off and running. A season hopefully full of development of any one of his other skills outside of pure speed. It's probably not too far away from the Canadian national team. What a ball by Custodio. Vidic. That was stupid. Play that on the ground. I mean, he's got so much space there. That or dribble at the goalkeeper and make people make tough decisions. Playing that first time basically just lets him off the hook. 3-0 extra time performance reminiscent of Real over Atletico. Really. Joseph Croston keeps a clean sheet for 120 minutes. That's glorious. Oh, miscommunication. It was a bit haphazard. We missed a million chances during regulation, but, you know, man down, we still came out, showed the guts, won. So, yeah, well done. Good job. David Dietz, what the heck was that? 6.2 against an amateur side. I thought you were supposed to be a hot prospect. Rafael AI looked like he was playing against an amateur side. I mean, my goodness. F15, thanks for the prime in the 4 months. Daza, thank you so much for the prime. Aaron, I appreciate the 2 months. Mike, thanks for the 4. Thank you to everybody that has the bacon that's a part of the Hammers, you know. It's perfect. My U18's team is playing in a weird formation I used to play anyway to make them not use it. Yeah, there's something in the staff responsibilities where you're able to tell your youth team to use the formation you're using now. So make sure the formation you're using now is the one that you've selected in training under my, like, preferred formation. If you haven't switched, like, if you switch formations, but you haven't switched the one that you're training, that you're, like, training most of the time, then that's a problem. That is an issue. A win is a win, you know? We arguably should have scored earlier, but obviously we didn't. We ended up scoring now, and so fine with that. We got $1,000 for the win. Absolutely massive. Into the next round, thank goodness. And we get to do the draw for the third qualifying round of the Champions League before it happens. Cool. What are our options? The seeded teams are Porto, Stuybeck or Slavia Prague, PSV or Olympic Marseille. Well, this isn't fun. Give me Stuybeck or Slavia Prague, please, please, please. 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 Stuybeck or Slavia Prague. Porto! Celtic plays Porto. Right here. You see it right now. Boom. That's fine. We got rid of one of them. Olympique de Marseille plays Celtic in the next best place qualifying round. That is fine. All good. All right, now put us up there and then just put Stabæk. Please. Okay, Genk. Now you're going to get rid of Porto. Now you're going to take Porto and you're going to just right there. Porto! Yes! All right, we're down to a 50-50, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to a 50-50 in the draw. Us. Let's go. Stuybeck or Slavia Prague, right here. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, man. Stuybeck and Slavia Prague in the next round. That is easier than the round that we have now. Yes. I can see. Now all we gotta do is beat Galatasaray, dude. It's easy. It's easy. Easy. Away to Turkey? No problem. Rigged. I mean, we did pay them off. So if you can, I mean, if you consider that rigging, then sue me, right? If you consider that rigging, we did pay them off. So sue me, right? But you know, we'll keep the Custodio Elias Anderson midfield duo captaincy going. What if we offered him out for $500,000, but we offered a selling team salary contribution of $39,000? Something just to whet your appetite, perhaps. Something where you're like, they're willing to pay a little bit of Freddie Salazar's wage to move on from him. How do they offer a 5-week trial? Why can't I do that? Excuse me. Ref. Foul. 5-week trial. How dare you? It's mine. Good. Gluakovic seeking new talks with SV Red. You don't want to play for me, Gluakovic? That's unbelievable. Marcus Ruzek. Honestly, we've got 5 central midfielders. Do I need Marcus Ruzek here? Let's make sure, even though he's Austrian, that he was homegrown in Austria. He is. So Marcus Ruzek on a 1-year loan for $100,000. Fits right into our Champions League registration if we absolutely need another midfielder, but we already have Van der Horst. We already have God's Power, Paul Nolan, and they all fit. Custodio Anderson. But look at that. 5-week trial. Unbelievable. Petar Glahokovic negotiating this new deal over here. Move God's Power to the wings. Yeah, he's going to start playing a little left wing, I suppose. And then Marcos Druzek sees depth, and he's free in the registration for the Champions League because, he's Austrian, and we just don't have that. He's a 1-year signing to help round out the team. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna bring in Marcus Ruzek. He's depth at good value that I consider a quality player. He's intelligent. He's got the athleticism. We're going to do it. And he's got a little right back in there. I see you. I'm going to see if I can get that up to accomplished back into the season. Could add some really significant depth for us. Second round of the Cup? Absolutely not. Amateur team. Second division, we can live with that. Dornbirn could be worse. Oh, Glahokovic completes a free deal to Reds. So we went 1 for 2 on the signings we went for. Your boy, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Welcome to the Hammers for 4 consecutive months. And you did it with Jeff Bezos money. I appreciate that. You know I love you, but I definitely just bet 10K on Galatasaray. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, Glahokovic. I don't even want to look at you. Get out of here, Glahokovic. You sound like a disease. Artur Hovhannisyan. Approach to sign, and the compensation is what? 2.1 million now. That's disgusting, Artur. That is gross. Archer, that is... Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, we would need full knowledge before we decided what to do with Archer Hovhannisyan. Yes, I know. I am aware.
How do you make 7 even? Take out the S.
Yeah, we actually heard that the other day. I do like it, though. It's a good little dad joke.
Take my Bezos sub.
Dimba Sissoko. Like it. Nilly. Cool. Martin Calderon. Cool. Daniel Tarazona. Potential into contract. Love that. Love that for us. Clients just offered no contract. Okay. Tetra Anderson's been offered a new contract. I expect we'll get a lot of those. Official Hanson, though, congrats on the year. Bit. Thank you so much for the 5. Taking the Bezos bucks. I shall gladly. 5 more Bezos bucks. Lapino, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Okay, what do we... Day away now. Day away. We gotta
I bad
confirm
for
it.
voting for Galatasaray, but it makes more sense. Please prove me wrong. Love your steams, by the way.
My steams. Thanks. I mean, I've been working on I've honestly thought that steam baths were all about the flick of the wrist as you throw the water onto the coals, you know. And I feel like I've gotten my distribution better over the years. I'm just really glad that I'm getting like appreciation for that. You know, I'm really glad that I'm getting appreciation for that because it's a long time coming. So, yeah, who doesn't love a good Zealand steam bath? I mean, with the right, Molly, thank you so much for the Prime. Penguinese, thanks for the 8 months and the Prime. Yes, they're a good team, but I back my players to do well. Drawn away in the first leg. Training's been excellent. You know, newly appointed head coach Laurent Schu Ragenkampf. I don't really know what to expect. What are your thoughts on playing at the Ali Sami Yenspor Komplexski in front of a bigger crowd that you normally play in front of? Well, clearly, Shino, you've never been to the Falkplatz. It's a chance for every one of us to show what we're all about. Yeah, I want to introduce Marcus Lusek at some point in the future. Absolutely. As the reports linking Floridsdorfer with Wolfsberger, AC's Fabian Stornig. I don't know where these reports have come from, but I do know this is the longest press conference I've ever had at this club. So apparently this Champions League match is kind of important. You know, I don't know. Apparently it's a little important. Whatever. Where's Gio Reyna? He doesn't play at all. The dude's had a hamstring injury for like 3 months, Philippi. He would be, but he hurt his hamstring in like, I want to say October, and he has not played a match for club or country since. Molly said, I started playing FM recently, used your beginner guide to figure it out. I had to drop by the stream for support. Oh, well, thank you. Welcome. I'm glad you're getting into the game. Welcome to the addiction. Falkplatz is a fortress. Dude, we had like 20 unbeaten at the Falkplatz last year. I really hope we're able to play at the Falkplatz. Bunch of head coaches and hiring and stuff. What? The Austria job available, perhaps? Germany just hired a new head coach. Belgium just hired a new head coach. Hello, Austria. No, Dieter Hecking, who got the job in 2022. He's been there for 2 years, so. Just gotta keep an eye out. Janeros is interested, and the wage demands of Freddie Salazar are in excess of what they would hope to pay. See, we really would just like to clear the... Oh, a loan offer from Amstetten where they pay his full wage. I'm interested in that, actually. Take him off the team. Take his entire wage off the team. I mean, I'm interested. Why would I not be? Punk's a real beast in there. Got that 16 strength. An offer for Vidic is a no, but that's good. That's good news. That is good news, lads. Dude, the Ponk stands in the chat are just insane. I mean, the hype is also, it's real. Good player. Good player, that Ponk. Another that kills it for me is that 2 to 5 teamwork. Just get him out now. This guy is sneakily fantastic. If I'm able to get my hands on him into contract, I'm gonna be into that idea.
Great 6 months. Best way to spend my days off. Chillin' playing FM with the hammers.
FM noob, thanks for the 6 months. Not a noob anymore, I see.
The Platz has a larger unbeaten streak than the number of seats it has.
It's true. That is it is most definitely true. Kaminsky, love to get you on that sneaky little into contract deal. You're definitely not good enough. Circulating my client's name to find a club. You got to circulate that somewhere else there, bud. Alan Ruiz from Frosinone Calcio. I've already got him on my short list, and we are ready to rock and roll. My last bit of business before we have to play at Galatasaray. What are your scouts looking for? Customized top prospect scouting in North and South America, Northern Europe, and Austria, with an end of contract searching all the top 7 leagues in Europe. Or I think I went a little past that. Drink your water. Everybody make sure you do drink your water, okay? Struggling to understand what each one actually means in terms of game time when it comes to like playing time promises. I should make that video. I have not made that video yet, but I should make that video. Okay. Caleb Spear is starting. Olivier Custodio is starting. Right. Anthony Schmidt is starting. Move back. Thank you. Oh, and Vanderhorst is starting. Raul Asensio is starting. Ian Ortiz is starting. Pablo Rodriguez is starting as the number 9 and the forward. Asensio's deep lying forward. Schmidt wide, Vanderhorst Custodio. It's not Benegas. Where's Javi? Javi Vasquez starts as the wing back on the left. And Bashiri's the other center back. Blackman's in goal. God's power's got to be in. We need to decide how we want to handle the right back situation. Give me Benegas. Give me God's power tower to get started. They're not very good. Little copium, just a little bit of copium. Just a teeny little bit of copium. Johnson, opposition instructions you can leave up to your assistant. Sometimes they'll get it horribly wrong, but, you know, most of the time you'll be fine. Set pieces you should do yourself because the way the game sets up set pieces just does not create a significant threat for you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever in this save, the champions! The champions! Champions! The champions! Here we go. Do some neck rolls. The Sturmgrads broke their club transfer record to sign somebody. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm thinking about right now. Let's go, Dorfers! Big old Champions League match in Turkey. Our first time on the Champions League field. And God's Power Tower is starting. Oh. On Caleb. Boy, Rocky, just settle things on down here. Settle things on down. Oop, I like it. Raul. Studio. Owen. Oh, that's better. That's better. It's good stuff. Custodio immediately dropping back to give us multiple cracks, slowing Pinamonte down. I love that. Good job, Ian Ortiz. There you go. Oh, yes. Yes. I was just a little loose. Pablo, little loose. Now, him and Asensio both speak Spanish, so they actually should be able to work pretty well together, even though Asensio just kind of learned German not too long ago. So what you want to avoid is any kind of early catastrophe, and we've definitely hung around in this match in the first 20 minutes, letting them know that they're going to be in a fight. Down the line is wide open. Thank you. Pablo. God's power. Ian. There you go. Counter press. Force the long ball. And then make them try and beat us with just those two guys. It's good work. Midfield was already back. We're plugged in today. Our team is plugged in today. Defensively, we're a 2-3-1-4 because Custodio drops behind Vanderhorst. I'm very okay with that. Oop. Caleb's there. Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! Come on! He's got that speed. He's not scared. Got to be faster than that. Caleb passes his first test. Yeah, I think we're going to be just fine with him as our starting center back. Oh, God's power. Come on.
Hey Big Z, hope you're feeling better. Greetings from Portugal.
I am, thank you. Good work, Caleb. God, he's fast. Come on, boys! Way to get that ball out quickly there, Jamal. Give us a chance. Oh, man. Good work from Rocky. Stayed ahead of him the whole time. What is that block, dude? That shot wasn't even hard, and it was going wide. What is that block? Rocky. Oh, and this would be a nice time. That was the highlight, was the freaking shot.
Love the stream and always will. Go beat the Turks.
Working on it. Thank you so much, Gilmore, for the 3 months. Congrats on cooking your bacon. Ooh, this is a good spot. It's a good spot to be starting to highlight. Javi. We've got God's Power Towers, 6'3" at the back post, too. With Javi cross. Oh, Schmid! It's all right. Come on. Another encourage. Oh, Anthony Schmid, one of the OGs, one of the original guys. That was a lot of space there, Anthony. We're there. Good play, Ian. God, that's good defense. Composed performance so far. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Pablo. Oh, yeah, Pablo. Thought he had him in his back pocket. He let him around trying to go for the chip. That's ours. That's ours. That's ours. Come on. Pull back. Back. Thank you. I'm not going to run by that guy. We can, however. Oh, he was open. Schmid was open. Schmid was open, Custodio. There he is. There he is! It's what he does. It's what he does. Anthony Schmid with a dime. Yeah, they thought it was over. Well, let me tell you, some guy that's been with this club since we were in the second division just hit you on top of the head with a glorious goal. Anthony Schmid. A Dorfer for life. You're there, Spear. That's Good contest. Come on, man. Come on. Doing well. Blackman, I don't want to see those nerves, man. You're a Champions League winner, I think. Certainly pass the nerves on to them. They're the huge favorites in this game. And honestly, we've had good positions. I've liked what Pablo's been doing. His movement's been a real problem. Owen, good spot. Anthony Schmid. Oh, Raul, yes. Javi, no, we gotta hit that first time. Oh, Anthony, turn! Bit of a clunker. Oh, we're there. Oh, we're there. Oh, no problem at all. We read that one like a book. Well, that was oh, nobody's going to react to it until he touches the ball. I hate that, dude. I hate that. Nobody's going to react to it until he touches the ball. Watch after the deflection how nobody moves. Rocky Bashiri's staying next to Pinamonti like his life depends on it. Rocky Bashiri's got so much pace, dude. I don't blame Rocky Bashiri. Just think he got caught in a situation where the game didn't know, he just, I don't know. And Ian Ortiz is defending air on the right side instead of trying to get over. And we just let him, he could have walked into the goal if he wanted to. We would have let him walk into the goal. All right, guys, come on. We've certainly shown that we're capable of, oh my goodness, is he on? No, he was a little off. That was wide open, though. If we can figure the timing out on that. Why are we going so high in the air? Oh, yes. Oh, so I like the positioning. Oh, there you go. Pablo Rodriguez.
What the Norwegian and the Swede argued about? That they were not Finnish.
Oh, yay! Yay. Is he on? No. Okay. Just lurking behind the line for the ball over the top to stretch us on the wing. Run with him, spear, run with him, spear, run with him, spear. That's fine. Oh, that's not fine. He's off. He was off. He was off. He was off for the cross, I think, was what they're saying. Yeah, okay. He was actually definitely off for the cross. That checks out. Let me survey the bench here. God's Power Tower on the 6.2. Well, we can do something about that. Give me Rafael Leai over there, please. And let's see, Custodio on the 6.6. Let's go Elias Anderson. The vice captain for the captain. Fresh legs, more playmaking. Anderson and Custodio, both, they're similar players. Anderson's got a little more athleticism to his game. What's the point of passing yourself into an open crossing position and then not crossing it? Give me Oliveira. He's just an OG. I want a couple minutes of Oliveira out there. He's so far offside. Why are we even watching this? It's going to be like, well, what do you think of the 3 disallowed goals that they had? And I'm like, well, I mean, that's the first leg. I'm not sending Blackman up. There aren't even away goals. Love a highlight, though. Ooh. Ooh. There you go, Javi. I was kind of hoping that would land where Schmid could get to it, but alas. Okay. Alrighty. I mean, we ended up at the same XG, so I'm really annoyed with the second goal. Obviously, the first goal was also annoying because it was a shot that was going wide that Bashiri then attempted to block, and it was not even that fast, and somehow he got the block so horribly wrong that it went in the back of the net. But we had a bunch of really good bites of that apple, and we could have scored more than 1 goal. Conceded 2 absolutely miserable goals. Yeah, and even what put Mustafa in was the slide tackle that then deflected to him. Man, we totally could have won that game on a different day. We just 2 absolutely miserable goals. We really defended Pinamonte well. I think our pace and defense really bothered them, and that's what we look to get out of Spear and Bashiri. Those guys can fly. Moment of real quality from Anthony Schmid, absolutely. Javi Vasquez, they said he should have been substituted. Well, you know, as much as it hurt you, Mustafa Mohamed had a great match. I mean, if I got played in by a deflected slide tackle, I'd probably have a great match too. Okay, now we have a league match, and then we've got Galatasaray for part 2. It's going to be sitting in the craw. Should have won that. Shouldn't have lost. Lucas, I'm going to need you to just get better, man. Dietz, same thing. I've had enough of my 2 hot prospect forwards just not improving. I've had enough of it. I've officially had enough. Nolan Anderson, you're in. Vidic, you're in. Let's rock with David Dietz, at least initially. Yeah, we'll go Hinterseer and David Dietz to start this league match. Anthony Schmid coming from the left. Javi Vasquez out for Benegas. And the right back position's still a little up in the air. But how about... Oh, he's not in the league registration. The guy we just signed. Marcus Ruzek. What if we just put Ruzek out there now? Because we're working on signing another right back, but he's not out there yet. So we play Marcus Ruzek at right back. And then, you know, everything's all right. Play the same center backs. Rocky Bashiri looks like he's a little more tired, so we can actually go Daniel Beer. It's a pretty heavy rotation for a league match on the road, but Champions League's pretty important. How do you deal with the inevitable competition between Ruzek and Nolan? They're both able to shine individually in the team. What's Ruzek bring to the squad? We have a strong focus on our long-term goals. Signing was definitely made with that in mind. Relationship with Ruzek, I have admired him from afar for a long time. I mean, he has been on my short list for a year, so I guess that's kind of true. Salzburg signed Pjanic. Fantastic. Do you play Football Manager? Yes, I do. Show me your individual training. Well, that would just take a lot of time. My individual training is about 15 minutes of yoga every morning. I do a minute of the front plank, a minute of a plank on each side. Then I repeat that one more time. And then I eat a lot. And that's my individual training. Thank you for asking. Though I'm glad you're FM girl. I hope you had a good stream as well. Thank you so much for raiding in a little while ago. Candy, thanks for the 100 bits. Guy looks terrible. He looks really awful. $3 million. Hakas Keskes, after a year at the club, is on the move for $3 million. And what a season it was. His one, campaign with Floridsdorfer. We finished second in the league. He had a 7.17, and even though he's headed out, a standing O for a guy that he did everything we could have hoped he would do. Played very well. And we're happy to take the $3 million off him, but he's a darn good player. Did absolutely everything we would have hoped when we gave him that big contract. And now he's off, and we've got some financial resources. Hallelujah, man! Hallelujah. We have some financial resources once again. We're about to dump Freddie Salazar, and we're going to have some open wage budget, some open transfer budget. And let me tell you, when we are going to go after that guy from Morocco, oh boy, are we. Ismail Mutaraji. Ismail. Extremely doubtful transfer interest, Ismail. We are in the Champions League. So, we're in the Champions League, Ismail. Okay. That's why he doesn't want to move. He just signed a contract till 2028 to play with Raja Casablanca. Whatever, man. All right. Patience is a virtue. We're going to prioritize Ismail Motaraji. And we'll be all right. We will be all right. That's annoying. Who signs on till 2028 with Raja Casablanca? I'm going to need my players to take a very Eurocentric view to what their career should be. That's my advantage. All right, so we only have Custodio who's worried about being sold, and Salazar, who is concerned with my treatment of him, which, honestly is a fair concern. We've come in pretty hot at Freddie Salazar trying to unload him, and he's being unloaded. Right now we have Pierce, who's concerned into contract stuff. Lionel Pierce. Don't think so. I think we're just going to let you go, 30-year-old Argentinian guy that's basically the same as the player I just signed, except he's Austrian and 30 years old, so he's better. Thanks for playing. I appreciate it. How can you run the game without waiting so much? Because we have a fast computer. Salazar's main concern should be the 6.45 average. Yes. Yes, it should. But it's not, clearly. This dude's not super interested in coming to play here, but he is athletic. Ball control. He's not great, though. I mean, they think he's great. He's not great. He's good. Vince Brody's B-Day. Well, Vince, happy birthday, Vince. First of all, you know, big happy birthday, Vince. Second of all, what kind of transfer would we be looking at here? I'm going to remove and exclude installments. I'm going to go with an after 50 league appearances, 750,000. But up front, we're going to need to go somewhere around like 200,000 if we want to go bring Vince Brody in. This guy's not getting paid anything, man. He's not getting paid anything. Minimum league goals 20, and we'll pay out a 300 for that as well. They want the installments at 275. They want a per league appearance fee. That's fine. Actually, no. Let's get rid of that and go 100. Like after 10 games for the Australian national team. No! I respect and understand that you locked that in too, but it was locked in a way that I was able to remove, and I thought I improved the offer so that you would then be interested. Let's come back. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Let's talk about Vince Brody tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's totally fine. Salazar, he'll have a lot of options at the end of this trial. Sure, have fun. Just have a great time out there, man. That's really what it's all about. Let me enjoy this birthday. DD, absolutely not. Vince Brody, immediately, you must negotiate this deal on your 18th birthday. You've won the last 3 matches against SV Reds. That's sort of a run that's important. Can keep it going on Saturday. It gives us confidence, yeah. And we'd love to get off to a great start, try and put pressure on the top of the league again, because we're a team of believers. I would never say that in public, because my team expects to avoid relegation. That is our express goal as a unit. As a collection of players, we expect to avoid relegation. A depressing goal, yes, but somehow not surprising. Guys under contract until 2028. They just don't entice me like they used to. Inter's there. That's bad. See, be like Joseph Croston. Dude's just putting a shift in. Training well, can't. Okay, I just criticized David Deet's development, and apparently I cannot praise Nick Lima. I don't know if we speak the same language, to be honest with you. All right, it's the next day, which means we can go back in for Brody. Yassine Ben Rahu. Contract expires in a couple of years. I'm gonna go with a 6-month maybe, and then we'll scout him. Once he's 18 months away from the end of his contract, then we'll scout him there. We do have a lookup for Ani Valakari, which we should get on that. So we just have to beat Galatasaray by a goal, which if we play the same match again, we could beat them by a goal. So if we can play with a little more confidence from the off and not give them all those chances at the beginning, then... Ani Valakari, the Finn. He is 24, playing for Fulham. He moved to Napoli for 2.2 million, played 8 matches over 2 seasons. Fulham bought him for 2.2 million, so pretty even swap. And he put in 15 matches on a 6.97 in his first season and has yet to kick off the next season for Fulham. But he has broken into the Finn national team. He's got 13 appearances, 4 goals for Finland, which is a really good start to your international career there. Uber Melon, thank you for the 5 months, dude, and thank you for the health checks that you've provided. My board just spent 40% of my funds signing a designated player. RIP. Yeah, jam consuming. That is unfortunate. Away goals do not factor in. There are no away goals, which means that's what I meant. We just have to beat them. Like, if we beat them 1-0, we're still going to extra time. So, yeah, this Oni Valakari guy hasn't quite gotten his career up and running yet, but he's in the right spot to do so. If he starts to get into the first team for Fulham more, I mean, where did they finish last year? 12th. I actually had a terrible year last year, so maybe Oni Valakari being part of the team didn't play a ton and they didn't do that well. That's not good. Yeah, I turned down the offer for beer. I don't want to get rid of my young center backs that are going to grow together with this team. It's the way it should be. I never liked away goals. What do you guys think? Is getting rid of away goals a good thing or a bad thing? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Times the draft start tomorrow usually starts at 2. I haven't heard anything different. That'd be 7 p.m. London time. And let me ask you this. Why? Like, why would that be? Oh, Uber Melon coming in with the $10.
Time for a word from our sponsor, Health Check. Health Check reminds you to take any meds, drink some water, and have a stretch. Ask your doctor if Health Check is right for you. And remember, you are loved.
Thank you, Uber Melon.
A young boy is listening to the radio in the car with his father. Dad, what music did you like growing up? I was a huge fan of the Rolling Stones. The father, who? The son, the dad responds, I liked them too. How did the football field end up as a triangle? Somebody took a corner.
That joke with the dad and son in the car was very good. I got to get my health check, stand and stretch in. And while I'm up here, the Who, I liked them too. Give me that A. Give me an A. The Rolling Stones, the Who? Oh, I liked them too. That is, not only is it a dad joke, it's a dad joke situation. I got the joke, and it was good. It was a dad joke from the perspective of a dad in a dad joke situation. You either love it or you don't. But I appreciated it as a connoisseur. Holsky, thank you so much for the 3 months.
Little bit behind on streams, but doing a tier 10 database and just started in tier 7 my local team after consecutive promotions. Had 2 Unreal FA Cup runs, 3rd round and quarter-finals thanks to very favourable draws, even came from behind to lead at Anfield for 17 minutes before losing, and managed to get my finances over 2 million. Very happy with how it's going.
Gavin, financial happiness at that level is so hard to find. Just mad respect for being able to get into a healthy financial situation from that point. Nathan Aldrich on the loan list. Fun. We don't need him. Appreciate it, though. We have our own American high-flying goalkeeper. His name is Joseph Croston. He is beautiful. He is love. He is life. All right, David Dietz, Lucas Henterzier, Anthony Schmidt is going to need to get a break, and I'm going to take Rafael Leai and put him in there. Say winger. Leai, what are you training positionally? Also, why are you getting worse? should be training winger from deep. You should also be not getting worse. So I'm disappointed with your development, Raphael. Because usually he just slowly improves. He's not an explosive improver, but he slowly improves. Let's see. Javi Vasquez and Rocky Bashiri not exactly 100% fit to help out in this match if we so need them. But Anderson and Nolan are ready to go. Rusek is going to get his first match with the team. Caleb Spear is ready to play all three of these matches like it's his job. It is. And we tick up to positive. We're going to bump the lines up more because I don't think they're playing with two strikers that are fast enough to bother the back line that we put together. So, yep. Cool. Just take a little perusal through here. You got Lai, who's going to hit the back post, and you definitely are not staying on a post. Problem is when Dietz plays, we got to shift who's defending in the zone. Okay. Takers assigned. We've got Rafael Leai, who's going to mind the outside here. Paul Nolan, who's going to attack, and Caleb Spear, Daniel Beer. Nope. Should be Hinterseer instead of Beer. Okay. Let's rock and roll, baby. Bruzek gets a number. We're going to give him 16 as a player that's going to contribute as a rotational player all season. The season opens at SV Red with a rotated team as we're in the middle of Champions League stuff. I want to win every match, including this one. Let's go. I believe this team's good enough to do that. I mean, we're scoring a lot of goals. Scoring a lot of goals. We're not at the Falkplatz yet. We still haven't played at the Falkplatz. Our first round cup match, Champions League, our kickoff to the league, all on the road. And the watered down team, I'm interested to see how the boys respond. Because we are going to need to rotate more this season than we have in the past. And that's been the downfall of a lot of teams that get into Europe for the first time. Moscato, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime. And Resting Zeus with the gifted sub. Throwing a gifted to Disley Greg. Disley Greg, welcome to the Hammers. That's why we've collected these young talents, so that we can do this little bit of rotation. A little thin on the wings, but we got plenty of forwards, plenty of defenders. And Blackman, that was a little scary. This guy couldn't touch it because he was off. Oh, Spear. It's not a bad idea. And it's in! Oh, it's a terrible mistake! Okay. Back and forth we go. This is old-fashioned Austrian football. Oh, Dietz, nice pass. Ooh, oh, Lucas. It's better from Dietz, though. Get the first chance. Stay on the front foot. Control the pace of the game. Use our pace in the back line to limit them. Good work from Daniel Beer. Censored Stacks, thank you so much for the prime. Oliveira would have scored that. He could have. The old Hinterseer Oliveira debate continues. Didn't like Beer's matchup with Schmerbach. That's where it's opening up for red. Oh, get in. Hey, Giraffe Artillery, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, Interseer, nice pass. Shoot it! Deets, man, we are gonna. Oh, that's the second time we've turned the ball over like that. It's frustrating me. You know, we can't just rely on Caleb to sweep up everything. Oh, Vidic. Isn't this a mess in the rain that we're in right now? Getting absolutely nothing out of our wings. Exactly when we needed it. I can't see in those things. Good, good. The remnants of the cat jam holding on. The remnants holding on. Nice, Anderson. Beautiful. Make the pass. Make the Pablo was... There were acres there for Pablo to run into. Acres against a guy he's definitely faster than. There you go, play him! Dang it. Obviously, having them score on the rebound from a penalty from a handball on a corner isn't exactly something that makes me feel nice and warm and fuzzy. Outside of that, I think the match was pretty even. I'm just very disappointed that we didn't take the chances that were presented. And obviously, picking up an injury after making all 3 subs, painful. Doesn't have enough else to his game. Does not have enough else to his game. All right, Ismail Tajori Strati, how much money do you want? I think that might be the guy that we go for short term. Him or Nili, but we don't know exactly on Nili, how good Nili is. And I think the other advantage of Ismail Tajori Strati is that he was actually homegrown in Austria. And so he is somebody that would really help make the playoffs. I can promise that. No. Why do you want so much money, Ismail? And his agent has the patience. He has no patience. Zero. Good. That was significant movement. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. It's about what we paid Akas Keskis, but obviously he's got a pretty heavily incentivized contract that can pay him more. Andy, thank you so much for the 22 months. Punfish, thank you so much for the Prime. Velociraptor, thank you for the Prime. And Beast, thank you so much for the Prime as well. That's $15 of Jeff Bezos money we just spent right there to get you guys the bacon into the subsection of the Discord. I love that. Oh, we got Ismail Tajuri Shradi. I would have loved the 1-year deal, but he only wants a 2-year deal. I have a feeling the second year of that deal is going to be a little interesting, but happy to have it done. Happy to have it done. He fits into the Champions League registration rather comfortably. And the other guy that might is Stefan Nutz. Good old Stephen Nuts. He can also play wide. He's just a little too unathletic for what I would want to use him for. And then Felix Lucanator. I know you want a boatload of money, Felix. And what I need is an Austrian backup center back. I don't need you. I said Austrian backup center back. All right, give me that again, Bartos. He's also 22 years old. Really good sell-on value, either footed. We might try and sign Bartosz Bialik. I think we might sign Bartosz Bialik. Let's see if we can get him first. There's other teams that are interested. Konrad Vaparlo is not super high on this. It's definitely annoying. Give him an assist bonus as well. Give him a team of the year bonus. Give him a top goal scorer in the division bonus. Give him an international cap bonus that's fat. Give him a Champions League group stage bonus, and give him a winning the typical Bundesliga bonus. And we're going to see if we can steer that down to about 390. Give him the top agent fee possible to make this agreeable. Well, aren't we just right next to each other? Haven't we just waltzed ourselves right? I mean, we are basically in step here with exactly what we expect from both of us here. How about that? That was stupid. Yeah, he's worth it. This guy is worth it. Rub your left knee for luck. We win the typical Bundesliga, I'll pay you 110,000. And if you lead the league in goals, I'll pay you 110,000. Make the Champions League group stage, I'll pay you 110,000. Up your appearance fee to 5.5. It's the highest that I'm allowed to do that. I'll up your assist to that. We played games yet today? Yeah, we played cup match, which we won. We lost 2-1 at Galatasaray, so we just have to win by a goal at home to force extra time. But we played well in that match. And then we lost 1-0 on a handball penalty at SV Red, which hurt to start the league season. But a lot of time to worry about the league later. We'd move Hinterseer. We'd keep Oliveira as the cover. We'd have Asensio and Pablo Rodriguez as the other lead forwards. And we'd have Bialik, and we'd have the talented Libyan winger. But Bartosz Bialik would solve the problem of Hinterseer or Oliveira not being able to contribute all the time. The dude's a bona fide stud. He's 22 years old. He's got monster resale value, and we can sign him for free. We have a chance to get him with no release clause. I fully expect other teams to put offers in for him. But we're just hoping that, you know, he decides he wants to play his ball for Floridsdorfer, and we'd be happy to be part of that journey. You know, the Malawi goal is wild, but let's hit the Zealand news, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zealand News. I'm your host, Zealand. On today's top story, we have On today's top story, what's going on? There we go. On today's top story, we've got Malawi having taken the lead against Morocco inside the first 18 minutes. Senegal has already advanced to the quarterfinals with a 2-0 win over Cape Verde. Cape Verde picking up 2 red cards. That's more than 1 to get themselves basically eliminated. Malawi with the lead over Morocco. It's the first time they've ever been to the knockout stages of an Africa Cup of Nations, but Mahongo scored in the 7th minute, and word is that it is an absolute banger. I might have to go watch it myself, but alas, I wouldn't be able to watch it right here, right now. So Malawi leads in the 7th minute, their first ever appearance, and they've got a chance to knock out one of the competition favorites in Morocco. It wouldn't be the first upset. The Gambia is already in the round of 6, or already in the quarterfinals. Burkina Faso is there, and Tunisia is in the quarterfinals as well, thanks to Nigeria being eliminated. As of yet, Morocco-Malawi is the only round of 16 match that does not have a red card in it, but that's because we're only in the 19th minute. Give it time, people. Just make sure to give it a little time. So, there'll probably be at least 1 red card. I mean, the first 5 matches have had a red card. Why not this one? Malawi leads Morocco 1-0. We'll keep you up to date here on Zealand News. That's it for the Zealand News Network. I'm your host, Zealand, for Zealand News. There it is. Bundesliga team just made an offer, and Ismail Tajuri-Shradi's got offers from Cittadella. As long as they're Serie B, we get a chance, and they're both Serie B, so Tajuri-Shradi could still sign for us. I think Bialik's gone. I think Bialik is gone. He just got an offer from Dynamo Dresden. It's not a regular Bundesliga team, but that is a Bundesliga contract offer.
What do English sports players drink to energize themselves? Vitality.
All right, I'm gonna go watch this. I'm gonna go watch this goal. You'll get my live reaction. This Malawi goal. Apparently, it is that good. Go ahead and find it here. Yeah, dude, if I'm Malawian, that's the most I'm celebrating in my entire life. That is unadulterated filth. It's disgusting. It's the audacity required to even shoot from there. Preposterous. AFCON has had some banger goals. Some absolute bangers. Hey, we sold 1,800 season tickets. Love that. Love that. Salzburg off to a predictably hot start. Woo, show it. Oh, yes. I would love to get banned from Twitch. I already have 1 copyright strike from watching highlights of a match on Twitter. Absolutely not. All right, yo. The Amber team bonding. Look at us. All right. Galatasaray at home on the 31st of July to try and get into the 3rd round, where we do have a nice draw, a nice cushy draw if we can gut this match out. Yeah, honestly, he shot that because the goalkeeper had drifted out of position, and it was a heck of a go. But I don't know if we're gonna do the. Well, I don't know if we'll do the accident for the Champions League match. It's gonna be a very important, intense match. And honestly, when a match crosses a certain level of importance, it's hard to do the accent and be able to manage it. Better or worse than the Comoros goal? Similar quality to that. Similar quality to that. But honestly, I just typed Malawi in on Twitter. It's not too hard to find. So Custodio might be unwilling to renew his contract with us, so we should consider moving him on. Well, that's an interesting thought process. A loan for Luka Petrovic, the hero himself. Come on the loan list, see what's up. Can we move Owen Vanderhorst off of star player? Just like, nope. It's totally fine. He does play enough to hit that. He plays, you know, all of the important matches as the guy, but yeah, you want a technical director, you want all this nonsense improving our amateur coaching staff. No, absolutely not. I do have a head physio. They always ask about me needing a new head physio, and I'm like, no, absolutely not. What's your take on Kevin Paredes to Wolfsburg? I mean, I've never watched him play. I haven't. But based off the vibe, which was, look, this kid's going to be really good. And the thing is, he hadn't actually... My reaction is officially tentative happiness. It's tentative happiness about the move. I don't know if it's going to end up being great, but I'm tentatively optimistic. Jeez, Andonov, that's not the bee's knees there. Where are you playing? I honestly don't know. We'll figure that out on match day where they tell us to go. I don't know if the Fokplots is cleared for Champions League play. I know that's something somebody had mentioned earlier. Like, we don't know if the Fokplots it meets the requirements. But we'll see. I can check right now. Okay. Oh, there it is. So the Fokplots is not cleared for the Champions League, so we will be playing somewhere else. Where, I don't know exactly. We've got to find a new Champions League home until the board's like searching for a new stadium site or something. But I don't think we'll be able to play at the Fokplots. It doesn't look cleared. Oh, Vince Brody. Jeez and crackers, man. We just like forgot about Vince Brody. We have some pretty big negotiations in the air right now. I don't know if we're going to wait on Vince Brody, but I'm going to put a calendar thing for a week from now. Vince Brody. Because I want to let these two contracts fall because I don't want to accidentally overspend our transfer budget and end up not being able to sign both of these guys if they do decide to come play for us. I think we got the wing. We're the only top flight team that's offered him. A second Ligue 2 team has offered him, and 2 Serie B teams have offered him, but we're in the Champions League in the Austrian top flight, so I think we got it. The other guy would have to be a change of heart. He wants to be a superstar, leading the line for us every match type player instead of rotational in the Bundesliga. That we don't know. Vanderhorst will be straight back into the team. Yes.
Champions League expectations?
I want to get to the group stage. I think we do have the togetherness. We've got enough quality to get to the group stage. We're making them come to the Alps to play in Vienna. It's not an easy road trip for them. Like Salt finally did do a deal. Been negotiating with so many different teams. I was hoping it'd just fall through and somehow we'd end up with the money to like consider going for him. Finish the scout of Julian Navas. Extremely interested. I am flattered. And he is good, but he's not, I'm not going to go out of my way to get him. Certainly not going to go out of my way. Good find by the scouting report people, otherwise known as the Scouts. Zealand, what are we doing, man? Brain, come on. Focus. That's a 19-year-old with some serious ability right now. Eric Bayakala. He's by a little on the expensive side. He's definitely a little on the expensive side, but good find. Good find, Dave Bowman. It's not the only one. Found somebody. Oh, he's just started scouting. Okay. Fabio Gurley. Dino Karic. Well, he's just so unathletic it hurts. Causes me physical pain. At least our scouts are working hard. King Lozer, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. You think FM highlights sometimes give you a false sense of how a match is going? Yes. Vienna ain't in the Alps. It's closer than Istanbul. We'll take it. Good saves by the Malawian keeper. Where's he play? Does Malawi have like a good domestic league, or are these players coming from like, I mean, what was Malawi a colonial possession of? Because that's always what creates like the pipeline for player development. Malawi national team, dude, not the actual country page. Malawi national team. So their national team is mostly domestic. Couple of South African guys. Now I'm just curious, historically speaking. History. British protectorate was proclaimed over the Shire Highlands. This is British. It's part of the Tanzania, Kenya sort of thing. But they're mostly domestic. A couple of South African League guys. I think Zimbabwe. I see a Zimbabwe in there. A guy at Sheriff Tiraspol, Charles Petro. Ethiopia, duh. Tanzania. One guy plays in Georgia. They have one European player, and he plays for Sheriff Tiraspol. Charles Petro. And I don't remember that name from when I was watching Sheriff Tiraspol. Full credit to them for putting up the fight that they are right now. It's part of Rhodesia. Thank you. Who do you have between Norway and Sweden in today's handball match? I have everybody, because handball's a great sport to watch. Wholesome. Georgia's in Europe. It's in UEFA. He plays in Atlanta, Georgia. No, it's true. That's an oversight linguistically on my part. I can argue geography, but they are in UEFA. Sorry, in a league, they have nobody in a league in Football Manager in Europe, because South Africa is in Football Manager, so they do have those guys. We have to get weirdly specific. None of you guys have watched them play. Okay, there isn't a Malawian player that you're like, you turn on Ligue 1 and all of a sudden he's there turning up. Right, that hasn't happened. All right, let's get the play. Let's get the team selected. Let's get the team selected. Vanderhorst, just a tiny little tweak of something, he'll be fine. Javi Vasquez will be fine. Daniel Beer, Did a good shift. Caleb Spear and Rocky Bashiri, they can go out and do the rest. Ortiz, super happy with what we got from him last time. Nicholas Lima, kind of afraid to put you out there again because of how, well, quick you got sent off in your only appearance. So, Anthony Schmitz. Olivier Custodio. Come out, look to play positive. We're going to lower the tempo. Still going to pass into space. Rodriguez in, obviously, and where's Asensio? Schmidt, Custodio, Vanderhorst, God's Power Tower, Javi Vasquez, Caleb Spear, Rocky Bashiri, Ian Ortiz, Jamal Blackman. Don't drop the line. Take advantage of our lack of size, but very good off the ball movement today. We'll play them. Oh, they're coming out with a 4-2-3-1. They're going different. We've rattled their cage, man. We rattled their cage. Okay, just make sure all this is tidy as it needs to be. We have Spear and Rocky Bashiri, and Spear and Rocky Bashiri, Asensio, and then Pablo Rodriguez. Asensio at the back post, and then I think that's basically it. Get us ready for this Champions League match. And now it's no longer in our hands. Determination in Istanbul was a precursor to a dominant performance in our homeland of Austria. We pray that you will show us favor today in the most important match in club history. to get us to the next round of Champions League qualifying, so that we may carry your banner forward as loyal servants into the group stage. May ye take these hands of prayer as a sign of our collective faith in you, FM gods. For we believe that you control our destiny now. And we will honor you with gegenpressing and speed and crosses until the end. In the name of Ansi Carolinen, Joe Lewis, Erling Haaland, and Hwang Shuron, we pray. Amen. Let's get after it, boys. Come on. Big old match in the Champions League. Let's show them who we really are. Hardy, har, har, I have faith in you to take care of business today. Look at this stadium that we're playing in. Look at this stadium that we're playing in, huh? They moved us to the big time. These guys are lucky they don't have to play at the Falkplatz. I'll tell you that much right now. They're lucky they don't have to play at the Falkplatz because that place has a special voodoo over it. But we're going to make our Champions League home our home. We're getting a nice big check for this one. And look at the stands, man. The door for... Oh, roll! Ladies and gentlemen, right off the drop. What in the world's going on? What the... Oh, my goodness me. Bro. Homie. Bro. It's all right. It's all part of the plan. We're just being tested. Oh, yeah. Bashiri can actually hang with Diamata, which is definitely not what he would have expected, a man of his pace. All right. Work, boys. I like that, Rocky. Draw the front line so that you can pass by it. Raul, is he on? God's power! Come on, it's 2 great chances early. Let's go. Love to see you try and swing that ball into the area instead of just resetting. That didn't work, Ian. That didn't work. Ask yourself, Ian, did that work? It's all right, we got low. Wow, that's a goal. Okay, we got loads of speed to close this down, but if he's going to shoot from there and score. He wasn't going to get through, but that's a banger. It's got to keep their team into this emotionally. Because that first 15 minutes, we were everything we needed to be. That's fine. That's fine. Just get that goal. Just get that goal, man. All right, Fabio. Good work. It's tough to score that one. Counter! Dang it. Oh, God's power. Sneaking up on him. I don't think we're playing bad. Okay, he was off. Terrible pass, Raul. There's no reason to give the ball away there. He was off, wasn't he? Yeah. Oh, Rocky, you don't have the pressure attribute? I didn't know that. Fullback. This is better. Definitely better. Okay. Excuse to get Oliveira in there. Drop Anthony Schmidt, who's been underperforming, safe to say. There we go. Just needed a little change. Just needed to bring a guy on that knew how to score a goal in a set piece. Just needed a little change. That's right. Great counter press by Asensio to create that. Now we've got Oliveira in there somewhere. Asensio knock it down for him. There we go! No! Good luck. Good luck. Pablo, very close. Remember those chances we had in the first half as well. Come on, we got this blocked. Oof. Good save. Good save. There you go, Rocky. Just the ball in. We've got them crowded off the line. Just play at the top of the box. Top of the box. Ooh, nice touch. Great moves. Oh! Oh, that's really good play. That is a really, really good play by Asensio. All right, let's drop God's power. Give me that. That'll help us keep our lines in touch. Me, Rafael Leai, and an eye on Elias Anderson for somebody in the midfield. When the opportunity presents itself. We're there. Oh my goodness. For the short strikers, good find. That's the third just travesty of a goal that we have allowed against them in this tie. We were up 0.3 on XG in this match until that one too. Like we've played really well. We're at the level to where you beat these guys. God, that's another good hit. Me. Anxious Pablo Rodriguez will take you off. Javi Vasquez down to a 6.2. Yeah, well, we don't exactly have the luxury to get him off at the moment. There you go, Vanderhorst. Good work. Very good work. Now get that ball in. It had to be Oliveira because Dietz was onside. He just missed. That had to be Oliveira. Like trying to body up the defender and his shoulder was offside or something. But my goodness, Dietz was on. There you go. Oh. Owen. Nice finish, dude. It's a shame. Really unfortunate way that these games went. God, Javi, that's how you gave up the goal too. Can you pass it to somebody 2 feet next to you, or do we need to work on that in training? Seriously. Dang it. Honestly thought we played pretty well there without the absolutely raucous mistake that Javi Vasquez made. I think we outchanced him. And I'm removing that final 1v1 from my head because we were on all-out attack with a higher back line. I think we drop into Europa. Honestly, I've never been in this position before. Like to not comment on individual performances. I don't think they're a very good team that we just played against. They should be a lot better than us, but they're not. We get Europa League. We get Dinamo Zagreb. Well, that's a nice cushy landing spot. Who else could we... They're the best team by like a magnitude of 3 in this round. So that's fun. Love that for us. So I look, if we're that close to get Galatasaray's level, we've got to expect to be able to do well in this. Not surprised that broke our record attendance. Did give us a nice paycheck, under $375,000 for the attendance in that one game. Oh, Spal, Serie B, that's fine. Bialik, Turkish League, I think we should be able to, okay. Seem to handle pressure quite so well. Mentoring him. Custodio. Oh, well, that makes sense. We're gonna get rid of him on that note. And go for... Noel Banegas. Estimated influence.
What's happening with the Doofenshmirtz?
So I don't want to influence those guys to be bad there. I just want Dietz to improve from enters there. That's all we want. Okay, don't like Custodio. Custodio doesn't like big matches, apparently. I feel like we kind of knew that implicitly. Start running Anderson in those big matches. Oh, Ardwolf. We got knocked out by Galatasaray. If you add up the XG from both the games, we ended up losing by 0.4 over the 2 legs, but we weren't clean defensively. We gave up some really stupid goals. Turnovers in front of our own net, and going for stupid blocks and not getting it clean and all this stuff. So this was a shame, but we've got Dinamo Zagreb in the Europa League 3rd round, so plenty of opportunities left for us in this European adventure. Bialik obviously also there. Short list of players nearing the end of their contract. Very aware. Kevin Quevedo. Looks like a really fun player, man. He looks really fun. We'll see. Pablo Garcia, same thing. Disappointed with a lot of my financial deals. I'm surprised. I feel like you should trust my financial dealings like implicitly at this point. The guy's actually interested in moving here, and he's unbelievably high level. All right, we gotta focus up. Got one league match before we go up against Dinamo Zagreb, and we're gonna have to pick up some points here. The league also being significantly important. What was the final score we lost? Second game 3-1. They had one highlight. They didn't score. It hurt. Until we went super high back line, then they had another clear chance, but we were not, dude. We need these guys to be adapted now. We have given them every opportunity, playing time, the proper education, learning the language. We need them to be adapted and starting to reach for their potential now. That's what we need.
Zealand, you have a message from Myol. Read it.
You have a message from Myol. He wants me to talk about the Discord, but I don't want to talk about the Discord right now. I'm sad. We have a new Discord. It's very cool. It's got a captcha when it welcomes you in. I wrote a welcome message. Teaches you how to use Discord if you've never used Discord before. It is very cool. Ayal and Ollie worked hard on it. I should be more excited to talk about it. I'm just emotionally recovering from getting knocked out. He's got 5 appearances for Ghana. Oh, he's a ball winner. That explains everything. Aren't you weird? Who'd you get knocked out by? Well, Galatasaray, and we just got knocked to the Europa League, but it was very helpful of us getting to the actual group stage because our team's just playing really good stuff. Yeah, that guy, that center back, the Czechia center back is just he's 6'8". He's a good athlete too. The problem is, as you probably can figure out, he's just terrible at everything else. So we're trying to figure out exactly how terrible he is at everything else, and then we'll see if we want to do anything with that. Cagliari Calcio. This dude is playing for Cagliari. He doesn't look good. I'd like to state the availability of my client who would love to go play Champions League ball somewhere else and get paid his huge wage there. I am not interested in that. This guy, on the other hand, reasonable wage expectations are something I can deal with to make myself feel better. Scout. 1 to 4 strength is interesting. Have you peaked? Likely. I think I peaked in middle school. I was very cool in middle school. Showed up to high school with a shoulder strap backpack, and really that's the end of the story. But middle school, I think, probably peaked in middle school. I know that guy was month to month. That's why I'm throwing the full scouting on him right now. Because we want to figure out how good he is so we can see if we want to make a move or not. Maybe we look to prioritize it. Maybe. This guy's contract ends at the end of the month. This is the weirdest time for the end of August. His contract is over. What is going on in Brazil, man? Just immediately got shoved in a locker. No, I never actually got shoved in a locker. There's a lot of ways to just not be in with the cool crowd. Actually, why did I do that? Sorry, get back on the plane. Do 2 weeks instead of 4. I should have just done the 2. Schmeat, you were really bad in that last match. I know you scored in the first one, and that's just like your vibe. I'm bad, and then all of a sudden, look at this banger of a goal. But didn't like that. I'm going to play a full first team in this match. I feel like we could really use a win to get our confidence back before we play Dinamo Zagreb. Got this. Okay, got destroyed by Galatasaray is very strong. I'm going to take a really... I'm going to take serious exception to that. Got destroyed is not what happened. The way that second match started, we had every expectation we'd be able to pull that out. Yeah, that's the team. What's wrong with a shoulder strap backpack? I don't know. At that time, it just wasn't the move, I think. It just wasn't the move. Yeah, Galatasaray fluked their way to 4 goals. 3. They fluked their way to 3 goals. We're going to complain. We're going to blame other people. We got to do it right. All right? You got to do it right. They fluked their way to 3. I'll do the lookup before the game, Feds. Juki, thank you so much for the prime and the 3. Congrats on cooking your bacon. I do appreciate that. If I seen the boy Indrik from Palmeiras, if I hadn't seen him at this point, I certainly would be awful at my job. Yeah, I heard about him a couple of months ago and somebody was sending scouts to go watch him. I think it was City. Now everybody and their mother's sending scouts to go watch him, and he just scored a banger for the senior team. He scored, the first time I saw him was a Twitter video of him scoring this weaving goal for the youth team, and people went, hey, next big name, here's Indrik. And I'm like, all right. And then they're like, yeah, City's trying to sign Indrik. And I was like, okay. And now they're going, oh, everybody just sent a scout over. And then he just scored an absurd goal for Palmeiras' senior team. And you're like, okay. So he's one of those. He's one of those guys. Need these 2 guys that we have offers out to actually make a decision on their contract before Dinamo Zagreb so that we have a better wing. That's it. That's all I need. Particularly the Libyan guy. Okay, we need this. We need this match. We absolutely need this match. We'll flip Paul Nolan and Elias Anderson in. Nahuel Benegas. Caleb Spears finally tired after playing 3 consecutive matches. Respect. Means Daniel Beer will be playing today next to Rocky Bashiri. Ian Ortiz is in there. Raul Asensio's a little tired. Serenigo João Oliveira. Take off the low crosses because Oliveira's in. Work ball in the box. Pick up the tempo. Up the lines. actually into the thing yet, so I can't see how they're likely to line up. Little 4-4-2, then we will be able to play against them well. Anybody I want to include on the bench that's not already there? Custodio off. Play I. Javi Vasquez off for Nicolas Lima. Lucas Peer. It's not like David Dietz has wowed with the opportunities he's been given around the first team. And we'll drop Hinterzier, or put Hinterzier in for Raul Asensio because he does need the rest. Oh, they have Alexander Schmidt. Good stuff. That's the target man I had on trial with me. Delightful. He is a load. Okay. You can never predict exactly what's going to happen when you take him off taker and set everything up. You just can't predict it. It's wild. Okay. We need this one, chat. We absolutely need this one. Can you show where Yuri Alberto is from International? We've got a player redemption thing for that, unfortunately, and that is a really weird way for me to have reminded myself. Oh my god, never mind. Teo Corbinel. There we go. Saint Etienne. This guy is actually really good in real life. I like watching him for the Canadian national team. He moved free to Saint Etienne and played 9 matches last season in Ligue 2. So he's actually not really broken through yet. He had a decent season in the championship on loan with Blackpool, but French second league, he did play well in his 9 appearances. The issue is that Saint Etienne was not able to get promoted back up to Ligue 1. They finished 3rd and didn't get it, so hopefully Corbeneau gets some more playing time. It's actually the type of player I want to see what he has in relation to my team, because they've given him some pretty insane agility here. How important is determination? Actually, I've made a whole video on it. It's not as important as you think it is. It really affects their commitment. So guys with 20 determination are going to be more willing to fight back from deficits in matches, and they're going to be like better influences in the locker room. They're going to train harder more often, but it actually does not have a large discernible impact on the overall development of a player. Can we refund Servalor for the English accent, by the way? Due to the other lookups from before? No, I did not. So let's do Thiago Andre. My bad, I didn't see him. Thiago Andre, the left back from Tofense in Portugal. Well, he is still there. Has not moved. He's put in 2 pretty darn good seasons in the second league in Portugal and gotten Tofense promoted. That's honestly that's just what he's been doing. So they up from the 3rd division, and then they finished 14th, 5th, and 14th, 5th, and 14th, 5th, and 2nd. That's really good. That's a battle to promotion to get yourself into the top league. And Thiago Andre playing the vast majority of matches in both of those seasons in the overall improvement of this team. That's just a really good seasonal best 11. He didn't get any like actual awards. Just seasonal best 11 every year. The left back on a team that continues to do well. And respect to him. And we had to look up for Pietro Pellegrini too.
Can you send me some bacon? I lost all mine gambling on the AFCON stream.
So did a lot of people. Here is Pietro Pellegrini, who, if you don't know, is the super hot prospect of yesteryear. He got a loan to AC Milan, played 11 matches, did a 9-match spell in 2022-2023, but he did not play at all last year for Monaco. It's just like a real crying shame that this guy is in that situation. We're going to put him on an into contract list and see if we can resurrect the career of Pietro Pellegrini. They didn't even find a loan for him. He just didn't play last year after 9 appearances and 1 goal for Monaco. Nightmare career continues for Pietro Pellegrini. Couple of knee injuries. Maybe he got hurt again last season. I don't know. Nope. But he is certainly not turning into the next Ronaldo as he was billed. Certainly not. A.R. Miller, thank you so much for 22 months. Chloe, you're 2 months away from 2 years, which is nice. A very rare milestone in Hammerdom. Like I said, we need this match. Expect to see a much better performance tonight. Yes, that is true. Finally at home at the Falkplatz for our first, it's our first match at the Falkplatz all season. At long last. There you go, Nolan. Attaboy, Nolan. Just want to see a good performance today. I want us to look like the better team. I want us to finish. All right, God's power. Not exactly the start that I would have wanted given that mantra, but I like the pressure and I like the fact that their back line was discombobulated trying to deal with the way we set ourselves up. No, Lai doesn't count as homegrown. We haven't developed a homegrown player yet, which is why we kind of got to Europe a little ahead of schedule, because we just, you know, the only homegrown players are nation-grown players that we happen to sign. Even Anthony Schmidt's not nation-grown, and he's one of the original guys from the team who is Austrian. So that's unfortunate, but we knew going into our trial situation that we were going to want to sign a couple of Austrian homegrown guys. Because they were just going to be extra players we could add to our registration there. Great work. Just good defense all the way around. Good work from Blackman. Exactly what we want Benegas to do. Then back in. Then Oliveira could keep it going or ask Schmidt to do a ton, and he did pretty well. Okay. It's a good start. I don't think they have the quality to handle the counter press, and we're not in the rain on the road with a watered down team, so I trust. Oh, really? That would be nice. This would be, you know what? This would be nice. This would be nice. This would definitely be nice. Did I just say Cristiano Ronaldo? You guys saw that, right? It said Cristiano Ronaldo on the bottom. They don't have a Cristiano Ronaldo. It's a bug with the skin? That's awesome. Scary, though. You know, he might be lurking on the other team somewhere. We don't know. Ooh. God, the positional integrity of defenses in this game, man. Watch Benegas in this play. Must defend left flank. Well, haven't we had a bad 5 minutes? Come on, boys. Oh, yes, Nolan. Great win. Oh, yeah, Ian. That's a good ball. Just keep giving us chances. Keep giving us chances. Boy, Benegas. One, two. Ah. We have Cristiano Ronaldo at home. Whoever on Klagenfurt was named Cristiano Ronaldo. The audacity. Thank you, Daniel Beer. Nolan. Oh, let's go. We'll just let it do its thing because this goal's going to stand because they passed it to Pablo. Giant collective exhale. Giant collective exhale. Pablo Rodriguez got his first goal. It's a good finish. No penalty, just goals, okay? Get in. Get in, son. Oh. Come on, Oliveira. I mean, that dude does have 18 jumping reach. There's nobody I can put on him to conceivably contest those set pieces because he has 18 jumping reach. 3 points is 3 points right now, so I am delighted with your performance. Everybody pick your heads up, except for Schmid. It's on a 6.4. Scores a banger and then goes AWOL for 2 consecutive matches. Love it. They had a boy God's power. Not great, but okay. I like this highlight. Take it quickly. Just pop it up there. That's a little far back. Not much we can do with that. Yeah, good pressure. It's always Nolan, dude. Always Paul Nolan. Thank you, God's power. This is all it's just a bad cross right there. It's just a bad cross, Benegas, and you are a good crosser of the ball. I'm disappointed. Oh, what a pass that was, and we didn't score it. Oh, Oliveira, that was just foxy stuff, man. Holy smokes. That was sumptuous. And I don't use that word lightly. That was sumptuous. Ortiz. Twitch won't let me sub. That's it. I'm suing. I'm suing. Twitch. This man wants to join the Hammers, an elite online gaming community. You won't even let him do it. Unbelievable. It's atrocious. I need this other wing. I just don't have the fluidity. God's power tower. Be tired, bruh. Anthony Schmid be playing poorly, so we're going to bring in Rafael Leai. Ruzak, can you actually play over there too? No, you just have that random affinity for right back. But just checking. Ian Ortiz can play wing back in central midfield, but right midfielder, absolutely not. Caleb will have you step up for Rocky Bashiri. And we'll just leave tired God's power in there for now. So we don't want a tired guy helping play our higher line for the counter press for these last 30 minutes. We do not want that. Oh, that's us. Daniel Beer. Daniel Beer. Dang it. There we go. Ooh, wow, that's a bad miss. Little over rambunctious there, Ortiz. We don't have get stuck in on, do we? No? Okay, we're going to bring the lines back one. Yes. Yes, Elias. I'm okay with testing them there. It's not a bad idea to make that pass. It's a tight game. Use another goal. We've had those spells of play where it looked like we might be able to grab it. Team's tired. He's off. Even so, we got it. Don't mind me just having a heart attack over here. It worked, but at what cost? At what cost to my health? Oh, there you go. Lei. Oh, just play the ball in, man. That could be a penalty. That could be a penalty. Lei, don't let me question you. Yes. All right, Zhao. Open your account, big guy. New year, new star. Yes! Yes! There we go, there we go, there we go. Build it. Build it. Oliveira's in. It's what he does! Oh! I appreciate going for the showtime, though. I do. I appreciate going for showtime there. I respect it immensely. Let's give Lucas Peer an opportunity to play for the last 15 minutes. Take Pablo off since he's a little injury prone anyways. Oh, it is what he does. He goes for chips a lot. Man's got some flair. Oh, Oliveira. Aren't we just looking classy? Oh, Paul Nolan. Peer! No! Down! The goal is on the ground. This is good, though. You can feel the team loosening up again. Because we really taken a serious mental... We saw it in the morale. We'd taken a serious mental hit. I had taken a serious mental hit from just not a great start. Oh, Lei! Rafael Lei! It's the Solomonesi sailing through the penalty area again. You can hardly see him. But it's João Oliveira that's played him in. Lovely bit of football from Floridsdorfer. And Rafael Lei makes the most of it. He just continues to contribute and make plays. He created the penalty with his pass. And the Solomessi. He's showing me that I might want to use him on that left as well. That's what he's showing me. But I might want to use him on that left. Very happy with the result and the way that you played today. Very happy. Absolutely. That was good. That was good. 3-0. Thank goodness. We turned it on those last 20 minutes. Maybe they were stretched trying to go forward. I didn't see it, but we looked like the team that finished second in the league last year in that match. That's what we looked like. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oliveira's outstanding. You lifted the rest of the team with a really nice performance. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. Ferreira, oh, browse, 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 browse. Oh my goodness, it's midnight. Really? I was trying to browse to check on Ferreira before he left. Now we have to bring him back to check on how good he is. And we have 2 contract offers out that could shift what we do this entire season with the quality of the player on our team. And neither player has made their decision yet. Which is good in Bialik's case, because that means he considers it a difficult decision. Nope. I had to scan all of the emails to see if they were there. It's good in Bialik's case. That forward? Why did I talk? They offered him so much. Oh, no way. Oh, it's both of them. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. Oh, it's both. It's both of them. It's both of them. Now, Bialik, that's a boatload of money. But we were offering to pay Tajuri Shradi a lot more money than that. And he's decided to go to the second division of France. That one hurts. That one hurts. Okay. Yikes. Okay, we should be able to throw a trial to every person that is not at a club right now, that is left on our end of contract short list, and so we're going to go ahead and do that now. DK's out 2 months with a hamstring. That's not good. Man, couple more misses. So do we like Ferreira or not? I don't know yet. I mean, Correa does his deal. Never really in on that guy.
Good evening.
Evening. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Thanks for the 13, Mick. Yeah, now we've got the note to take a look at Vince Brody, so we're just surveying these guys right now. Albaki, we got to wait for the potential. Alex Sanchez. See, I don't think we have to wait. Type of player, skill set. I don't think he's the guy. Sean Kauter, 28-year-old German, could have come up over here. Did not. Okay. 4-8 composure, Sean. This is the end of the line. Max Dietgen. It's a left-sided player. I do not believe he's going to qualify as a homegrown guy. He's been a professional for a very long time, and we're going to wait to see how good he is. Jesus Rocha. Just not a tremendously good player. There we go. Now we're talking. Brian Vera, Colombian center back. Jury's out, but I'm happy the jury's out because a lot of these guys, the jury wasn't out. Scotty Sadzute plays for the Reunion national team, which is actually not in FIFA. Little fun fact. Not fun for them, I suppose. I don't know what the logic of not being in FIFA is. Like, do you petition to be in FIFA and then they're like, nah. And then you get rejected, or what's going on there? You're not in FIFA. What's the deal? Ooh, this guy's got the athleticism and the passing to capture my attention. He's 23 years old, resale value. You, on the other hand, you've drifted away from what is acceptable as a level of play. Licensing can still play for France. I assume being in FIFA costs bribes. Not enough bribe money. I think we've settled on it. You need to be able to bribe the right people to get your nation into FIFA. Sounds legit. Honestly, for them, it does. Niels Van Berkel. See you later. Nico Hamlainen. So I got all of the information already on Nico, who is just a decent left back. 3 to 7 balance, Ramon. 3 to 7 balance. 3 to 7 balance, Ramon. Balance. Reunion's a French department. Curaçao's a Dutch department. I mean, there's a million of those. That's not a good reason not to be in FIFA. You probably already know this. Titanium, I do, but I also appreciate it. I also appreciate it. And we have checked that. It's always like when you look here and you see Austria, you want to check to make sure they were there long enough for it to be functional. And I did, obviously, I took one on the chin not checking that on Anthony Schmidt. We gave him a new contract, assuming he was a homegrown player that was going to fit into our registration, and now he's not. Reunion's similar to France that Catalonia is to Spain. I don't think you guys understand how many countries that are part of other countries have their own national team. Like, I understand that Reunion is a part of France, right? But, like, Puerto Rico's got its own national team. All right. And Puerto Rico's national team is in FIFA. They're awful, but they are in FIFA. Guam has its own national team. American Samoa has its own national team. And sometimes I feel like they wish they didn't, because they lost 37-0 to Australia at one point. The Faroe Islands have their own national team. That's not an independent country. Reunion's more part of France than most overseas departments. And so now it's an argument of like, well, you know, but it's more France, you know. I mean, it's very far away. It's not like you just turn the corner and you're like, oh, Reunion. I'm not French. I don't know. And if that's the argument, there's no way for me to argue against it other than I feel like I just feel like Gibraltar has its own national team. Cayman Islands have their... the Caribbean's full of these places. The Cayman Islands have their own national team, right? I think Bermuda just shirked the crown. I can't remember, but there's a lot of islands. All the islands, they got their own national teams. In the Pacific, Tahiti, New Caledonia, all those islands, they got their own national teams. The UK ones are obvious, but the moment I say that, some, you know, people from those areas in the UK are going to come flying in like, no! And I would argue like they, you know, Reunion's probably closer in vibe with France than Scotland is with England and Wales and Northern Ireland and all that sort of stuff. San Marino is actually its own country. San Marino's got its own delegates to the United Nations, the whole 9 yards. San Marino's its own country, where what we're talking about are areas, they're nations, they're not countries, right? And that's what Reunion is, but they do not have a national team that is in they do not have a national team in FIFA. Does it have to do with autonomy? I mean, not really. Wales has very little autonomy. If you fly from Reunion to Paris, yeah, dude, I flew to San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's an internal flight. That's not part of the argument, I don't think. That doesn't work. Monaco does not have its own national team. They focus on what I've heard, and I have never interviewed somebody about this. My journalistic disclaimer. What I've heard is that Monaco prefers to just focus on its club, and that's what it pays attention to. Where does it end? Catalonia Basque national teams? That already exists, dude. Like, they still play. Dead serious. I know. And Catalonia's got a team too. Now, they're not in FIFA, but they do have national teams. As awkward as that might be for some people. But yeah, I mean, look, Cornwall, I think, put a national team together at one point. The little western tip of southern England. Yeah, I'm going to wait on that one. Almirovic is Austrian. This could be the center back we were hoping for. Austrian grown. Dude, you better be Austrian grown. He is. Nation trained in Austria. Okay. Ines Almirovic. Brandon O'Neill. There we go. Right at the one position we don't need. But I'll be darned if he isn't good. We really are set. Central midfield wise, I feel comfortable with who we have playing in midfield. Okay. These guys are actually going to end up sticking around more than I initially thought we're going to end up sticking around. Are going to end up sticking around to the end of their trial. Nielsen, you going to be able to hang on to it? Yep, it's got the speed. He's a ball carrier, all right. We're hanging on. Not to you though. You're a definite no vibes there. Definite no vibes. I was looking where my players were born. One was born in Cartagena, Colombia, and another is Cartago, Costa Rica. It's like in the United States, we took like every single one of our city names from somewhere. Unless we named it after like a founding father. We're like, Franklin, Kentucky. Yes. Nailed it. Other than that, we didn't show a lot of creativity when it came to city names. I mean, New York. There is an original York. Perhaps unsurprising information there. I'd like to state the availability of my client, William Tagui. We believe he'd be able to help your team immediately. Abubu Duru. And 4 dribbling hurts. Got to be able to take guys on, and he hates big matches. There's the axe falling. And he hates big matches. I'm gonna not interested on Messerer because he has such a dislike for everything that I like consistency and big matches and such. New London, Connecticut, yeah. Wasn't it called New Amsterdam first? Yes. And Wall Street was where they built the wall on the north part of the island, but then they lost it to the British. Newer York win. I'm petitioning now, actually. The British named it for you. I feel like that's a weirdly loaded way to word it. The British named it for you. You should thank them. Honestly, when you start talking about history that far away, none of it, like, if you start talking about history more than 100 years ago, none of us should be able to relate to it. That's my rule. 100 years ago, boom, gone. You can't relate to it anymore. You're more than 3 generations detached, nobody cares. That's my line. Are you wearing an Iceland shirt? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the American talking? Some of us can relate to. There we go. Let's get that rolling. Some of us can relate to history before 1776. I wasn't there, and neither were you. Love you too, Big Daddy. I think we end up with a lot of problems in this world because you're like, my forefathers, and I'm like, dude, you weren't there. You didn't learn from anybody there. Your parents didn't learn from anybody there. Your grandparents didn't learn from anybody there. Take 5 chill pills. Are we assuming my age? Assuming you're under 70. I was there. I was a leaf. Look. Reincarnation could totally be going on. I don't know. But he's not interested in speaking to Augsburg. Cool, we can just reject it. Nobody knows. So we're just sitting here like, okay. People do that a lot. In the United States, they do that a lot, you know. Our founding fathers, I'm like, dude. My family came here because all the potatoes died. They didn't come here because it was like, you know, peace and liberty, and that's what we're fighting for, and, you know, we hate tea. Bunch of potatoes died, and we were like, well, we can go over there and not die. And so we did that. This is my favorite train of thought I've ever followed. Who'd you get knocked out? Galatasaray beat us. We gave him a good old try. We played well in spurts, but we didn't have the composure to see it out defensively, which sucks. But we've returned to a land of vibes and good times, you know? And that's what really matters. We've returned to a land of vibes and good times. I know, I run into that talking not just with Americans, but with Europeans as well, because in Europe, much more so, I would say, even than America, there is a tethering to the past. And like, well, we did this, you know. And just like, calm down. None of us here did any of that. Like, the world before World War II is so foreign to the one that we live in now. It's impossible to relate to. It boggles the mind to think about. The world before World War I was literally a different era. Were you around in 1772? 79% of the chat voted yes. Good times. Respect. Oh, yeah, we're in the Europa League. We played Dinamo Zagreb. You try to Greek save? Actually, no. I might have I ever managed in Greece? I don't even think I've ever managed in Greece. Like in a journeyman before I even started making videos and content and stuff. I don't think I've ever managed in Greece. How do we know there was a world before World War I? Well, I mean, there are literally videos that are before World War I. So, pretty decent source. Americans do like to say they're Irish, though, when they're not. This is one of my late night shower thoughts. By the time I have grandkids, ethnicity is going to be almost untraceable. Like in my family. And like I think the whole world is eventually going to work its way towards that. I've had this shower thought. It's like, I grew up in a world where we were in kindergarten and they're like, oh, what's your family? Oh, I'm Italian. Oh, cool. You know, we're all white. Yay. But that sort of thing, it's just going to be like completely untraceable at a certain point. Because my great-grandmother was full-blooded Italian. So I'm pretty like, I'm way out of there. You know what I mean? It's all CGI. It's all fake, man. But I mean, by the time you get like 2 more layers, it's just going to be like, what are you? I am TikTok. People get all people get all offended about, you know, somebody says I'm Irish. They're like, well, no, you're not. Then not to me, but the Branner's friend is kind of who I'm talking about, but they don't know anything about Ireland. It's like, look, you think, okay, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. Any save I try to do win the Champions League, is that what you're aiming for? Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Iceland's like the nicest country I've been in the world. I've been there and met a very mean person, and I've met very lovely American people. So it doesn't matter. His name Zealand claims to be Irish Italian. Yeah, I'm claiming Irish citizenship right now. My whole family comes from Zealand, can track it back to 1768. Let's assume a generation is 40 years, shall we? So generation's 40 years. 2 times 2. All right, that's 1980 times 2. 1940 times 2. 1900 times 2. 1860 times 2. 1820 times 2. 1780. Let's just assume that's it. That's 128 people. We're off from there. You ever managed in Iceland? Absolutely. HK in Iceland. We took them all the way to the Champions League. Assuming no paths crossed. Well, assume... No, I'm not dancing on that. It's 128 people. Back to 1780. You are made up of 128 people. I do love the fact that Ice Warrior stepped up and went, absolutely. I know exactly who all 128 people were. They are all from Zealand. You can understand how that sounds hard to believe. Right? Like if you're me sitting in my position. You can understand that. I played handball for HK. Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah. Did you lose against Galatasaray? No, we lost against Galatasaray. We gave up 3 goals that I would class as preventable on our side, you know, being able to hold our nerve and play at the level that we're capable of playing. So that was disappointing, but it happens. We weren't ready. Giant killers. Okay, we're taking things one match at a time. When you got as much in your locker as Caleb has, you can't help but think that he's going to make a difference. So we do have Dinamo Zagreb at home tomorrow. In our next round of European greatness, we are the potential giant killers against Dinamo Zagreb. And we are going to have a bite at Vince Brody as well. Hello, Vince. How's our scouting going on that one guy? Ismail Mudaraji. God, he's good, man. Holy smokes. But it's not done. But it is not done. The estimated salary is going up, which I don't like. I won't lie to you, I don't like that. What percentage? 80? Okay, I'll exhibit patience. I'll kick the Vince Brody note back another week, and we will exhibit patience in our quest to sign Ismail Mudaraji. Because I am a believer in our scouting department. He's going to finish that scouting report. And hopefully we've got some good hidden attributes that don't scare us away from signing a guy that could be a real boon for us. There's no way. Like, he's so unathletic. There's no way. There's simply no way. Martin Sverts. Not a great tackler, not a great passer. He could have been Mr. Balance, but I'm not going to spend the resources to try and figure that out. So I would consider it unlikely. Okay. We have two lookups. We got Supanat Muenta and Cesar Gelabert. Yeah, Iceland's known for its detailed census. Actually, all the Scandinavian countries are, whether you consider Iceland, they're derived ethnically from Scandinavia, right? The same culture of record keeping. Because even though the last names would change and you'd become Eriksson, the churches were nuts with the record keeping in Scandinavia for some reason. Like, you know everybody. Iceland's got a bunch of crazy stuff going on. I love Iceland. They've got an app where if you meet somebody at a bar, you can type in each other's names to figure out if you're related before you go home with them. That's the best thing I learned while I was in Iceland. Because that is just exceptionally practical and yet also hilarious. It's like, that's how you know you're in a small country to begin with. That is seriously, that is a true statement. That's a real thing. Do you play Pokemon at all? I think you'd enjoy Nuzlocking. I don't know what that is, but I played a ton of Pokemon in my youth. Hi, I'm new. What's up, Lumpy? How you doing? Welcome. Least favorite Scandinavian country? I don't want to pick sides. I have been to all of them, and I've had good experiences in all of them. That's the official answer. Like traffic, thank you for keeping me honest. Sure, you got plenty of use out of that app. I am not from Iceland. I was there with my family. It was a very wholesome family trip. Where you been in Denmark? We drove around. I was pretty young. We drove around a little bit, went to Tivoli. That's like the vivid memory. It was Tivoli. I won a giant Toblerone bar at one of those things. Why is your name Zealand? My parents went on a honeymoon to New Zealand, and 3 years later, they could not agree on anything else. And they settled on Zealand. So Supanat Muenta's at Krasnodar in Russia. 33 appearances, 29 goals for Thailand. They bought him for $1.2 million. He turned up, dropped to 7.48 last year, and this season's already started. He's got a goal and 2 appearances. So he continued to dominate at Buriram and then just kept it rolling at Krasnodar. He is a fantastic player. I have always rated Supanat Muenta. A little bit of a late move for him. He moved at 21 years of age. He was Asian Young Player of the Year while still at Buriram United. Then he made the Krasnodar Seasonal Best 11 last year, after being named to the Thailand Seasonal Best 11 at the age of 21, 20, and 19. So he's off to a hot start. His career's really just getting rolling. Let's take a look at Cesar Gelabert. Standard Liège is where he's at, 23 years old. Cesar Gelabert for Cordix. That was a free move. So they got relegated from La Liga, even though he played 41 matches. Or no, they got relegated from, like, the second league. No. Yes. Yeah, he got relegated from the second league. He did a loan up to Liga Santander, played 14 matches, then down to the second league. And then they got relegated to the third league with Mirandes. He continued to play well, but got bounced. Honestly, he just left for free, ended up at Standard Liège to be back in a top flight. He's the type of player that is around our level. He's either footed, plays in attacking positions regularly. He's in a wage bracket that we might be able to afford. He's somebody I could be interested in. It's a shame we weren't aware of him earlier. It's just a shame we weren't aware of him earlier. We've got to confirm our team. We have not made any signings, and so don't think I need to worry about that. I'm going to see if I can drop Nicholas. Is that dangerous? Is that dangerous? Can I drop Nicholas Lima? He's listed as an impact sub. I'll promise to make it up to him if he says no, but I'm going to try and drop Nicholas Lima and add Igor Vidic. I think it'll help our chances of winning. Please don't be mad. Right, normally it would snap back right away. I don't think he's mad. I don't think he's mad. I think we're good. That was the near run thing. Impact subs right on the line. Squad player's the one above it. You can never drop a squad player. Oh, please. You got an offer? Oh, for beer. Loan. Nah. All right, we'll kick the Brody back another week to like here. I don't think anybody else is in on him. It's really not an area that a lot of people scout going over to Australia to pick up those youngsters. And I like Brody, but being able to get an impact player who's young and talented on the wing, very, very important for us. And that's what we're sizing up right now. Vidic for a fullback, absolutely. No, I mean, we've got enough cover at those positions. We have enough cover to survive, and Vidic is somebody that I was looking in that last match. I would have loved to have brought him in for God's Power Tower. I want a youth academy save. What teams would you recommend? I mean, Bilbao's the one that comes to mind immediately because it's a natural youth academy save, but there is one in Turkey as well. If you watch the video we made about one good save in every country, the Turkish one, I believe, was the Youth Academy Challenge, a team that only uses their Turkish players from like Istanbul or whatever. Is Vidic an ethnic Croatian? An ethnic Croat, I believe. Yeah, Altın Ordu. Thank you. He's Altın Ordu. So there are a couple of clubs out there that naturally lean towards their youth academies, and those are the ones you want to go to. But guys, I am absolutely starving for some reason. I had yogurt for breakfast, but we're gonna play this tomorrow. So what we're gonna do is we've got the draft tomorrow. We have the Football Manager Championship, the Streamer Showdown. We'll be on for that at 2 p.m. And then after the draft, we'll play the tie with Dinamo Zagreb, all right? After the draft. After the draft, we'll play Dinamo Zagreb. All right, so we had a lot of fun today. I let my vibes get ruined a little bit because I was really hopeful that we'd be able to handle Galatasaray, and we lost, but we were able to pick them back up, 3-0 win in the league. And we aren't landing our signings, but we just need to produce one more great year to elevate our reputation, I think, get ourselves into a group stage and win some frickin' matches. But yes, we have the draft. It's going to be great. 2 p.m. So that's 7 p.m. London time, 2 p.m. New York time. Usually wherever you are in the world, you can figure it out based off those times. That's 2 a.m. Beijing time, in case you were curious. And we will be playing against a bunch of other guys, Football Manager Championship. After that, we will play Dinamo Zagreb as well.
Guy walks into a bar and sees dozens of cuts of meat hanging from the ceiling. The bartender says it is a challenge. If you can grab one, you get a free dinner. If you fail, you have to buy everyone else dinner. The guy declines. The stakes are too high.
I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming. Let's raid one of the guys. One of the guys we'll be competing against. Dave as a party is on. Oh, B+. I agree with chat. It's a B+ for me. It's a B+. I agree with chat. I'm feeling a B+ on that one. It was good, right? But I think it's just a high B level. Uber Melon, love you though. Thank you. And Mick Dinnell, thank you again for the 13 months. Luke the Giant, thank you for the 3 months. Kai Jam, thank you so much for the 4 months with the us. All right, we have our copy pasta. Get your copy pasta together. Get your copy pasta together. Come on now. Get your copy pasta. Let's go. But we'll be on late into the evening tomorrow playing Dinamo Zagreb after the draft. The draft is going to be fun. The Dinamo Zagreb match is going to be fun. It's going to be a spicy day, and I hope to see you there. We should have a video coming out tomorrow morning as well. We'll see if we are able to get it done in time. And we're picking up with the podcast recordings tomorrow as well. Obviously, me getting COVID threw a wrench in that, but I'm recording some Zealand podcasts tomorrow. Day after that, I'm recording some 20 good minutes to get you guys hyped for the Streamer Showdown on the weekend. So there's a lot of fun, exciting things on the horizon, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Thank you guys. Thank you for being a part of the Hammers. and everybody that's got the bacon, allowing us to do what we do, and me to continue to hire editors to do cool things. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Bring your vibes, please. Por favor. Hey, so word of the day is, let's take a look. Quip. Oh, I love the word quip. Q-U-I-P. It's a clever remark or a witty comment. They traded quips over a beer. Or, you know, I'm classic. I'm very good with my quips are excellent. Right. Always. You're never able to doubt that. I'll see you at the end of another stream for another word of the day.